All right, we live. Okay, okay, okay,
Live, we
okay.
live.
We live. All right, y'all. We gonna cover the deliberation. So, Diddy hands is in the Diddy fate is in the hands of the jury, y'all. So today they starting the deliberation, and we're gonna get into the closing arguments of the defense and the prosecution. So we're gonna go over that. Got this article pulled up from Fox News. So we're gonna do some commentary over that, and then we just gonna keep y'all updated throughout the day of what's being what's coming out of the courtroom for the deliberation. So I think they're gonna start the deliberation this morning, but
Mm.
we're gonna be on the live stream, covering this deliberation all morning, possibly the afternoon. So just to keep y'all updated of what's coming out of the courtroom and all that. So make sure
Johnson
y'all
and
like.
Johnson sold up for their support for Diddy. Say,
Oh, Johnson and Johnson sold up with the baby oil support. They gonna grease everybody down for the occasion.
he greased up for the occasion.
They gonna grease everybody up for the occasion. Yo, shout out to y'all that's tuning in, man. Make sure y'all click that like button, man. And we're gonna get into some commentary, man. Y'all know, the verdict gonna be coming up. So this week, hopefully this week, depends on, how the jury is in there deliberate. Not everybody be agreeing on things. Sometimes they don't be running smoothly. So, you know, they
They got baby oil it down so it can run
head
smooth.
right. They gonna have to grease down for the occasion back there. All right. Yeah, I don't even know if they still got a yeah, they probably still got a shadow ban, but it don't matter. We don't even care about that. We just gonna keep the ball rolling like we usually do. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into some of this commentary, man. Fox News, you know, on the was what we expect in the deliberation, plus get into the little bit of the closing and arguments of defense and the prosecution. So let's go ahead and get into this.
All right, ain't no sound on there.
Ain't no sound. All right, let me stop. Let
Uh,
me reshare it again. You know how the StreamYard be acting up with the browser.
yeah.
All right, let me reshare this again. All right now. All right now. All right, let me know if you can hear it.
Jury
Yep,
deliberations tomorrow
All
in
yep.
the
right, good, cool.
trafficking trial
All
of
right.
rapper Sean Diddy Combs. Both sides made their closing arguments last week. The prosecution says that after 20 years, it's time to hold Combs accountable, arguing that he ran a criminal enterprise. One of their key witnesses, Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, testified that she endured years of alleged physical and emotional abuse. But the defense painted Combs'
All right.
relationship with Ventura as, quote, a great modern love story. Combs faces 5 federal charges, including sex trafficking and racketeering, which could result in life in prison.
All right, so let's go over these charges. So the racketeer, they couldn't really prove because he didn't use funds from Bad Boy Enterprises. All the hotel rooms and all that, he set up using his own money, his own private credit cards, personal credit cards. I mean, sex trafficking, they're going to kind of try to get him on that, as far as like paying prostitutes, across state lines and paying them for sex. They're going to try to get him on that. You know what I mean? On that, they definitely. But the RICO and all the other things, they couldn't prove that. So I believe the only thing they really gonna have on him is paying prostitutes to come across state lines to have sex and stuff like that. That's the only thing. As far as racketeering and all that, nah. So the
I'm kind of
transport,
confused about the Rico thing because
yeah, the RICO thing is not.
how they like how is he gonna be the only one being taken down? If it was a Rico, how is he the only
Yeah,
one being taken down when a Rico is
but
specifically for a whole
yeah,
organization?
organization, right? And not only that, they didn't raid. If they was going to take them down on a RICO on Bad Boy Enterprises, why they didn't raid Bad Boy Enterprises?
Exactly.
Because usually you just think about all the other people that got raided for RICOs, Murder Inc., and all these different
Hmm.
people. They raided the
The
offices.
offices, right?
Yeah, they raided the office of Murder Inc. They raided the office of Rap a Lot, Death Row, things of that nature. They raided the office. They didn't raid the office of Bad Boy Enterprises. So I don't understand how did they get him on a RICO when didn't even raid the office. They didn't go to get no Bad Boy Enterprises books, files, anything. None of that came out in the jury. They didn't pull out no Bad Boy books, file, you know what I mean, files and things of that nature. They brought in a bunch of witnesses to testify against Diddy that was all part of the program that helped him set up things, that helped him get the drugs, ordered the prostitutes. You know what I mean, all that. But it seems like they got immunity for testifying against Diddy.
Something fishy going on here.
Yeah, and Cassie was able to get 30 million out of the deal and still testify against him in the court. Yeah, the government tried to pull out all guns on Diddy, bro. They pulled out all guns on Diddy. So go ahead.
I think this proves that Diddy must have really pissed somebody off who was a powerful person,
Powerful
because
entity. Yeah,
this don't seem like the type of RICO that you know that's legit. It
yeah,
seems like they was just fishing around and try to get anything that they could on them to try to get it to
yeah.
stick,
Right.
which is
This
crazy.
this is a
Sloppy
state case.
work on the government side, tell
Yeah,
you the
it's
truth.
definitely sloppy work. And this is a state case at best. You know what I'm saying? Like domestic,
Yeah, it's domestic.
you know
Hell
what I
yeah.
mean? State case at best. This is not a federal case. You know what I mean? So let's go ahead and get into more of
The
this.
trial focuses on allegations from Ventura and another ex-girlfriend. Both accuse him of coercing them into sexual acts with male escorts. CB Cotton joins us for the latest. CB.
Yeah, Madison. Well, if you can believe it, tomorrow will mark 2 months since Diddy's federal sex trafficking trial first began. And we've reached another crucial point. Tomorrow morning, the judge will instruct the jury on the law before deliberations can begin. And then jurors will have to decide which version of the story they're buying. Prosecutors got the final word on Friday afternoon with their rebuttal to closing arguments from the defense. Lead prosecutor Maureen Comey saying in part, quote, "For 20 years, the defendant got away with his crimes. That ends in this courtroom. Overwhelming evidence proves his guilt. It is time to hold him accountable." The government has used witness testimony, bank statements, phone records, explicit text and videos, and injury photos to argue Diddy ran a criminal enterprise, fueling and concealing sex crimes.
Yeah, but this is abuse case. Like what I mean, like this has nothing to do with racketeering or anything. This, like we said, this is a abuse state case at best. This is not a federal RICO trial. They didn't find RICO. They didn't find any type of bad boy enterprise funds being used to basically purchase prostitutes, hotel rooms, drugs, or whatever else. Went into the hotel. They said he didn't even use company funds to buy the baby oil.
The human trafficking stuff is a reach. The human trafficking, they trying to say that him flying prostitutes out is considered human trafficking.
Yeah,
So that's I think that's a bit of a reach right there, because
right.
real human trafficking is taking people against their will to do that stuff, and that's what they're trying to prove. But it seems like from all the interviews that these male escorts are doing, all the stuff that Cassie and them was into, it all seemed consensual. So how is that
Yeah, yeah,
human
right,
trafficking? Then if
right.
that's human trafficking, then every entertainer, every influencer that be flying chicks out to screw and buying
For
them
money.
stuff and all this stuff,
Yeah,
then
giving them
that's
money.
human trafficking. Then all the rest of them should be arrested for human trafficking. All the
And
influencers
yeah,
that, I mean, about bragging about flying people in and doing this and doing that, taking them shopping, buying them things and flying them in, which happens a lot, then they should be hit for human trafficking too. And that's a reach. I believe
yeah,
that's a reach. Because you got all these male escorts, the Punisher and all these other doing all these interviews all around the internet, basically saying that they participated in it consensually. And
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, now how come none of them are being arrested? Isn't prostitution illegal?
Yeah.
Isn't that supposed to be illegal? And they're actually going on there talking about the so-called crimes that they did.
Yeah.
It's not, none of this is making sense to anyone who got sense.
Facts.
Like
Yeah.
who goes on an interview knowing that it's going to be seen by millions of people and talk about all the prostitution that you doing and did, and it's currently being talked. It's currently a part of a case. How are they
Yeah.
even able to talk about that? And it's currently a part of the case. Legally, how are they
point.
even able to disclose any of that? Something is not seeming right about this. For anybody who got sense, it's something off about this. It's really something off about this whole
Good
thing that's
point.
going on.
That's a good point, bro. That's a good point because the testimonies that was made against Diddy, everything was consensual, right? Even
Everything.
down to the text messages that was shown by Cassie, that she actually was the one that wanted the freak, like she couldn't wait for the next freak off to take place. And now people were saying that she was only doing that to please Diddy, but you got to understand something. When there's criminal charges against a person for sex trafficking, what they're saying is sex trafficking and ordering prostitutes and across state lines. Cassie is a victim. I mean, Cassie is she's not a victim of that. She's actually participated in that crime. Y'all gotta understand what we're saying here. If he's being charged for prostitutes across, whether she was doing it to please Diddy or not, she still participated in the crime. She didn't say no. I don't want to do the freak off. I don't want to. She was saying in the text messages and emails, I can't wait until we do the next freak offs and explain it in
Exactly.
detail. In details, what she wanted to do in the freak off in details.
And talk
Now,
about criminal organization. She was actually making threats to people, saying,
oh yeah,
I'll get you knocked off, and I
for
won't
the
even be the
state,
one to do it. Basically,
right?
she'd pay somebody to do it.
Yeah,
How come she's not being convicted? She set up the
because
freak offs. You know what I'm saying? She set up the freak off. She couldn't wait to get to the next freak off, and she's on there threatening people, basically saying I could get you taken out. I don't understand this. I don't understand this.
yeah, she
I
definitely
don't
was
know,
getting
man.
she was getting gangster as hell. Tony Miles, facts.
Exactly, gangster as hell. That was mean. She was with it. She was with the shits.
Yeah,
She
because
was
why
with
would
the
she?
shits,
Yeah,
bro.
because
100%. She was all in.
Yeah, because why would she threaten the boy for the sex tape?
Exactly.
If he was to show that to anybody, why would she, threaten to have him unalived? Like she didn't say I would have you beat up, I would have your kneecaps broke. She said I would have you unalived. I would have somebody I would actually KILL you.
Right. She was with the shits.
Right.
100%.
KI hockey sticks. I will have you, know what I'm saying? I will have him do it. She said I would have him do it. Like who was she saying I would have him do it? Was she saying she would have Diddy to do it? You know what I'm saying?
She's
Who else
saying
was
she
there?
hire a gun to do it.
She hired a gun to
A
do it.
hired
Right,
gun.
right.
Because Diddy ain't going to do nothing. They hire people to do things
Yeah,
if
right.
that's the case. If that's the case at all. Because we don't
Yeah.
even know. It's all sounding fishy to me.
Let's continue. Let's continue to get
Above
into
the
it.
eye of Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Among the evidence, prosecutors say proves Diddy is guilty of all charges, which, as you mentioned, includes sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. A
Nah.
guilty verdict on either of those counts could put Diddy behind bars for life. But during defense closing arguments, Diddy's attorney repeatedly called this a false trial, an exaggerated trial, saying all the sexual encounters were consensual. And at times, the lead defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, even appeared to mock the government's evidence photos of baby oil and guns as weak. And he repeatedly accused prosecutors of criminalizing Diddy's swinger sex life. And he also said, had Diddy been charged with domestic violence, he would have pled guilty, but he said his client is not guilty on these charges.
So, CB, I'm so glad, you brought up the jury, because now it's in their hands. So let's talk about the jury. Tell me about the breakdown. And then also, and we've discussed this, I've had to avoid reading some of your emails because the evidence is so graphic. So have you gotten any insight into how they've reacted when they see some of this evidence?
Yeah, so it's an interesting jury breakdown. There was 8 men, 4 women. It's a pretty racially diverse jury as well. And by the time I got in the courtroom, I think it was a couple weeks ago, but I finally got inside the main courtroom. There's a lot of interest in this case, so you have to work diligently to try to get inside. By the time I was inside, I really saw muted reactions from the jurors. I think at this point, they've gotten accustomed to the explicit content in the trial. But initially, when things first got underway, there were some initial reports that said with some of the explicit screenshots and some of the explicit text, a couple of the women on the jury would wince at some of the evidence that they had seen. I will say, when I was inside for one day, there was an explicit video that was shown. We can't see this content in the courtroom gallery. It's under seal, right? But I did watch as one man on the jury. After he watched a clip, he quickly pulled off his headphones and he covered his mouth. So whatever you make of that reaction, I do think at this point, though, they've gotten accustomed to some of the explicit content, though.
Let's keep going with this. The general mood in the courtroom now that you're in there, we're from the outside looking in and even limited view to that extent in there. Also, Diddy's known for his pressure tactics, as it's been alleged in the case. It was there before that, just the way he operated within the industry.
There's some definitely interesting points that you bring up.
Now, you can't deny that Diddy was doing some scumbag stuff in the industry. Like, we all know Diddy was a control freak scumbag doing scumbag things within the industry. You know what I'm saying? Stepping on people. I mean, you're not going to become a billionaire like that in that type of industry without sacrificing people, stepping on people. You know what I mean? Moving certain people out the way and all that. Like, they're not going to put you in a position unless you're a nigga that got some dirt on you anyway. Not only that, Diddy come from a background of crime. His dad was a big time, drug pusher in Harlem. Melvin Combs was connected with Frank Lucas and all these other guys, working with the Gambinos, the Genovese family. Like, Diddy come from that background. So they already knew who Diddy was. They already knew who Sean Combs was before Sean Combs knew who he was going to be. Because they already was with his dad. His dad was a federal informant, became a federal informant, got shot in the car, got killed in the car at 33 years old, shot up in the car. They saying the mafia did it because he was telling. And they found out that he was an informant. So the feds already know who Sean Combs was before Sean Combs was going to be somebody in the industry. They like, oh, that's Melvin's son. Ain't that Melvin Combs' son? So I believe Diddy was already working with the feds from the beginning. I think they approached him very early because who his dad was. So we already know this guy was doing a lot of things. Plus with the, he didn't really handle that party where everybody got crushed. He didn't really handle that well from the beginning as well. When that that college party where people got crushed by the bleachers and all that, he didn't handle that well at all. So, but I believe these charges against Diddy, even though he did a lot of scumbag stuff, he was abusive towards women and all that. The government wanted somebody wanted him so bad that, like you said, Isaiah, the government got sloppy with this case, bro. Very sloppy. So the charges that they trying to put on him, the evidence doesn't even match the charges. That's how sloppy the government was with this case. Like, they brought all these witnesses in and nothing added up. Nothing added up at all. Like, they got real sloppy with it.
It seems like the justice system don't gotta have much on you to get you convicted nowadays.
Yeah, pretty
look
much.
at Tory sitting up there. Look at
Tory
Tory sitting
Lanez,
in prison.
right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And they ain't really had no evidence on him, and all
Yeah.
the evidence that they had on him wasn't even real.
Yeah. And look
Wasn't
at
no
Cat.
real bullet fragments, and none.
Yeah.
It was glass. No, so that goes to show you that Diddy might Diddy might end up doing life, basically
That's
for being a
crazy though.
swinger,
Basically for
basically for
being a
being a
swinger,
abusive
abusive swinger.
swinger. Yep,
Right. Abusive swinger. That's crazy when you
and
can
he
get
doing life in prison
convicted.
for that.
Life in prison for being a convicted swinger. I mean, then y'all gotta look at this,
Convicted
man.
swinger. That's
I
crazy.
mean, yeah,
That
like
sounds crazy.
y'all gotta look at this like being as though they could do this to a celebrity at that status. What you think they could do to the general population? Y'all gotta start looking at things like that as well. Like if they can do that to a high profile celebrity, make an example out of these celebrities, what you think they're gonna do to the general population? Like if you innocent of something, but you got a bunch of people in the comment sections and all that's deeming you guilty, how would you feel if you was really innocent, but the public is deeming you guilty in the headlines? Your name all through the headlines. The public is deeming you guilty. You know you innocent as hell until proven guilty. And that's the thing. It was like Diddy walked in there guilty before he even proven innocent. Like I thought it was proven, you're innocent till proven guilty. What happened to that?
And the human trafficking thing, I thought human trafficking was holding someone against their will. And
That's what it
making them
was.
engage in sexual acts and stuff like that. But how come all these male escorts was going around doing interviews, basically saying they gladly took the money and they did what they wanted to do? They did
Yeah,
basically what Diddy told them to do.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean
yeah.
consensually. So I don't understand the human trafficking part. That's what I'm
Yeah, that's
trying to
where
figure that out.
everybody's stuck on that. Everyone is stuck on how is he's being charged with sex trafficking. When these prostitutes gladly took the money for sex acts.
Right. Because there's real human trafficking going out there where people don't have a choice. They're actually being held at gunpoint and being, you know what I mean, being shipped in
Yeah,
containers, and a
shipping
lot of them are
containers,
kids,
is
and
tunnels.
yep, tunnels and all this type
Yeah,
of stuff, and some being used for like forced labor and all that type
yeah,
of stuff. Like they ain't talking about that human trafficking or all the forced labor that's going on to keep these corporations running. What
fact.
about these big corporations that's into human trafficking? Well, all those kids, you know, the ones who's out there in the mines trying to
Hmm.
harvest lithium for the batteries and all that type of stuff. And
Right.
what about all that human traffic, or the ones who's working them sweatshops, or the
Yeah,
ones that are being used for prostitution and all that? What about that human trafficking? Because
yeah,
you don't see none of those kids or anybody and say, "Oh yeah, I definitely took the money to work for a sweatshop." But you see the ones that's involved with Diddy doing interviews saying that they gladly took the money to
yeah,
fulfill whatever dark fantasy that Diddy had. So I don't get the human trafficking part.
yeah.
I don't get that,
And
because there's
Cassidy,
real human traffic victims out
yeah,
here,
that's fact.
and this is taking a focus off of that.
It is. This is taking a focus off a lot of things that should
Right.
be really discussed in the media. This trial here is the one big distraction. Is one big caca because we know there's people higher up than Diddy that should be in trial. Like why ain't nobody? Where's Mike Jeffries at? Where the hell happened to Abercrombie and Fitch CEO? Why he ain't on trial yet? What the hell happened to him? What happened? Yo, what happened to Mike Jeffries, y'all? What happened to Abercrombie and Fitch CEO? He got charged with the same thing Diddy got charged for, got out on $10 million bail, and disappeared from the media. Why ain't nobody talking about Mike Jeffries?
What about the Epstein stuff? Why nobody?
Yeah,
Where's the real list at? Where's the real?
where's the real list?
Because
Right.
we're all the powerful people who's working with Epstein.
Yeah. Where's the
Where
Catholic
they
Church?
at?
Why the
Why
Catholic
the
Church
focus
ain't on
just on
trial?
Diddy right now?
Right. Why the high priest of the Catholic Church ain't on trial for sex trafficking children? They move,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
like
they move
it's
children around
bait
all
and
the
switch.
time. Why they move children around all the time? Why?
They using Diddy as a scapegoat.
Yeah, they using Diddy as a big scapegoat. Yeah, we need everybody to double tap the screen. If you tuned in, like this video and share this live stream because we going to go behind the truth. I feel like Bane in Malcolm X when he said you got to go behind the truth. You know what I'm saying? Why is Diddy being a focal point where the Jeffrey Epstein real list ain't even been put out there? And that real list got higher up people on there.
That's why the
Exec,
list haven't been released.
CEOs, judges, lawyers. You know what I mean? Politicians, world leaders. There's world leaders, monarchs. There's world leaders on that damn on that Epstein list. But they want us to focus on Diddy all day. Diddy a small time punk compared to them. Let's just get it out the way now. Diddy is a big mogul within the music industry, but he a small time punk compared to the rest of the people that's into the wicked dark things.
Facts.
The high priest of the Catholic Church is the biggest.
Cause it just sound like they getting him for a swingers lifestyle.
They get him for swingers
and
lifestyle.
domestic abuse.
And domestic
it seem like
abuse.
domestic abuse and swingers lifestyle.
Now we
That's
ain't
what they
taking
getting
nothing away
Diddy on.
from him being a scumbag within the industry. We know that.
Facts.
We all witnessed that ourselves. Like, yeah,
Right.
the nigga was controlling, a control freak, but he was groomed that way. Like, why Clive Davis ain't on trial, bro? I dug into Clive Davis' background from early on days, which we probably gonna have to swing the block and do. Like, Clive Davis was charged with all types of crimes. Why he ain't on trial? Clive Davis worked with the mob. He was doing a lot of payola back in the early days, tax evasion and all that. Why Clive Davis ain't? He never go. That's what I'm saying, yo. These higher up niggas never go to jail, bro. But they be wanting to sacrifice these smaller time punks in the industry. You know what I mean? For basically to throw us off from what's really going on.
Yeah, they're using him as a scapegoat for sure. And the thing is, to take the focus off the powerful people that you were talking about, they throw niggas away like Tyler Perry, Diddy, and all them. They put them in the way first. Like they put them in front of it and use them as scapegoats just to take the focus off the real Epstein list.
Yeah, like old ass Smokey going on trial.
Right.
Tyler Perry being Fat Joe in the media for saying.
Yeah, they dispose.
Yeah, I mean all Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Diddy. Who else? It seemed like the ones that part of that small hat community, when they dirt come out, did we just forget that Jimmy Iovine from Interscope was accused of sex crimes as well? But then his shit went away. You don't even see that in the media.
Yep, disappeared.
That's Mike Jeffries from Abercrombie and Finch. Disappeared.
They throw the cattle in a way in the middle of it. You know how like or their attack animals. Because just look at Diddy and all of them as just animals. They're the pets. They're the pets of these very powerful people.
Right.
So you know if somebody come rob your house or something, you let your pet take the bullet before you.
Right. Facts.
Yeah, you know I mean, so that's what they just their pets. They lap dogs.
Lap dogs
of Satan.
Yeah, lap dogs of Satan, bro.
Yep, they just pets.
Tyler
Perry's and these Jay-Z's and these Oprahs and these Diddy's, they just pets of very powerful people. So when their empire is threatened and somebody come into these powerful people houses, they let the pets attack first or get taken out first.
Yo,
let the pet take the bullet.
Now we know they gonna throw Oprah under the bus real quick.
They ain't throw any of these niggas under the bus.
Oprah and TD Snakes sit up there and act like they denied Diddy, like they wasn't cool with the bull, doing business with the bull, taking pictures with the bull, at the bull house, eating lunch and all that. Like they try to really act like they wasn't down with the program, right? But they don't know that they're gonna get thrown under the. They need to keep this distraction going. If TD Snakes and Oprah think they ain't about to get thrown under the bus too, they sadly mistaken, bro. They need to keep this going. They need to keep this distraction going. They don't need these celebrities in position no more. They don't need these niggas to be gatekeepers. They don't need them.
They're pawns.
And they know too much.
Because you'll give up the pawns to protect
Yeah,
The,
you will
the
always give up the
king,
palm. Right.
you'll give up the pawns to protect the king. So these Diddies and these Tyler Perrys and all these niggas they throw in our faces as billionaires, they just pawns.
Right.
Cause they don't want that checkmate. Yeah, I mean the checkmate would be them being figured out and the real Epstein list coming out, and
The
you seeing
real
all the world leaders on there,
facts.
and you know what I'm saying, and all the dirt that they've been doing over the years, which is 50 times more worse than what they
Right.
trying to accuse Diddy of doing.
Right. Now you
You
gotta
feel?
understand that Epstein was a Mossad agent. It came out already that he was a Mossad agent. So
And
he
they're
was
pawns too.
yeah, they was pointing. He was setting up a lot of these the island, the Epstein Island. He was doing a lot of bringing people in secret. No, there's secret tapes. There are secret tapes with world leaders on it, politicians, presidents, uh, judges, monarchs on there. Like there's tapes. They're not just a list, but these niggas was secretly recording these people because they was using as bribery.
And mind you, they love throwing those islands in our faces on these, as far as like with movies and stuff.
Yeah,
Like just think about Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee. Think about that island.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
fact,
Think about the island, blink twice.
fact,
Or shit, think about the island on the movie The Island.
yeah,
with
fact,
Michael Clark Duncan and all, and when they was using people as spare parts, growing them basically in laboratories on the island and using them as spare parts.
Go
So
back to the Into the Dragon for a minute. Like,
right,
just analyze Hans Island.
right,
Here's where sex trafficking going on, women being
right,
held against their will,
right.
heroin being produced.
Heroin being produced, right.
Just
That's
think
why they
about
got
that.
Bruce Lee up. That's why they got Bruce Lee up out of there, because
Right.
he was secretly exposing that
Facts.
and showing you that. Yeah, I mean, even some of the people that they call the Buddhist be criminal organization, like
Right.
they go rogue and they be behind a lot of the big trafficking and all that stuff. So that was
Right.
exposing the Asian mafia with that movie.
Yeah, the Asian mafia, right.
You know what I'm saying? So you gotta think about how they like to throw that stuff in our faces through these TV shows. This thing about the Squid Games. The
Yeah,
Squid
Squid
Games
Game.
is being
Right.
done on the
Another.
island, and those people are being. Sorry, spoiler alert for y'all who ain't watched the Squid Games, but they using some of them people for spare parts there too, because they doing organ harvesting. And then you see articles like the powerful people like John D. Rockefeller before he died. They said he had 6 different heart transplants.
Yeah.
Most people can't even get one.
Most people would be
He
on a
had
list.
6 different heart
Yeah.
transplants, and you know how he got 6 different heart transplants.
Yeah.
Because they got these islands actively using people as spare parts, just
Yeah.
like the movie The Island. Like they throw it all up in our faces all the time, and they trying to get Diddy. Like Diddy, I'm pretty sure Diddy ain't have his own island that he was moving things on, because if he did, they would have been exposed that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That would have been a part of this case.
That
How
would have
come
been
that's
part
not
of
a
this
part of
trial.
this case?
Children
Right.
didn't come up in this trial.
Nope.
So they didn't have him on child, because that was the first thing they would have brought up about him transporting children or messing with children and all that. None of that came up in this trial.
And if they had evidence of that, don't you think they would have brought that forward?
Hell yeah, that would have been the first thing
That
brought
would have been the
forward.
first thing.
They would have destroyed this nigga, bro.
Right.
But
Yeah,
we
but
know,
that Into the Dragon shit, if y'all ain't never see that classic Bruce Lee movie and see how Hans was moving on Into the Dragon and how he had that island and had heroin production, had a whole bunch of women held there against their will and holding like death tournaments there.
yeah,
Like that's basically what the Epstein Island and all that shit is about. And there's plenty more islands out there like that that's operating right now.
right. Now
And they got to focus on Diddy.
if we think Diddy was abusive, imagine what them higher ups is doing.
Exactly.
You ever watch the movie Survivor in the Game with Ice-T?
Exactly.
If you ever watch that movie Surviving in the Game with Ice-T, y'all go back and watch that movie if you ain't see that movie. These niggas be into some dark shit. Like, bro, Diddy a chump compared to what these higher ups be doing, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, and
And
there's
these
levels
higher
to
ups basically got infinite money, so
yeah,
they can do whatever they
right.
want. And
It's levels to
infinite
this
money
shit.
and infinite power that the public give them.
Yeah, you're right. It's levels. It's levels to this shit. It's
It
levels to
is
this shit,
levels.
bro.
Fact. It is levels to it.
And Diddy is not. Diddy's he's pretty much, you know, higher up far as the entertainment world, but that shit go way deep in this Diddy, bro. That shit go way deep into Epstein. Yeah, I mean, this shit goes deep. Like, I mean, if the Catholic Church can pay out $3 billion to victims dating back 75 years, imagine what the F they doing. Now we
Right.
didn't seen now we didn't done a documentary on what was it, Pope Innocent the Eighth, and they was actually sacrificing children for the blood, for the innocent blood. Like, yo, it goes deeper and darker than some what the goddamn Diddy doing.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about virgins, blood set. It's like they into some dark shit.
Oh, you talking about Pope Innocence?
Pope
That was his
Innocent the
name.
Eighth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Pope Innocence. Yeah, he was actually sacrificing kids
yeah.
for their youth and actually drinking their blood and
Fact.
doing blood transfusion
Doing
to
blood
try to keep himself
transfusion.
alive because he was sick. That's real. That's real history. You think they
Right.
stopped that type of vampirism?
Hell no.
And then you got movies like The Underworld showing you how things are ran. The
Yeah.
vampire
Right.
and the like is that's how they run shit.
What you
These are
think
vampires that's on top.
What you think Bram Stoker's Dracula was based off of? That
Mm,
was based off of the Catholic Church. If y'all go back and watch Bram Stoker Dracula, that was based off the Pope Innocent nigga. Like in the rest of the priests, that's like that.
right.
It never stopped. Y'all gotta understand something. This shit go deeper than some goddamn Diddy. Now I ain't saying Diddy innocent of every damn thing, but what they got him
Right.
on that stand, what they got him up on there, what they prosecuting him with is some bullshit.
Facts. Because they
Because it
taking
should
the
be
focus off the real
right,
vampires out there.
right.
The higher up vampires. The
If y'all
ones that
think,
hold women
yeah,
against their will to have
fact,
baby after baby, and they use the babies either for organ harvesting or blood drinking or
yeah,
sacrifice,
sacrifice,
or they
yeah,
raise them up to be something prominent in society that they could control, like celebrities. Like some of them celebrities that come out of nowhere is part of that program. They was harvested
fact,
to be what they are.
facts.
Like that's how deep this goes. Like it's that corrupt, and they got us stuck on this Diddy shit when really it's really dark things that's going on at the top that they trying to hide, and they using people like Diddy and all these niggas, Tyler Perry and all them as a scapegoat
Facts.
to get us just focused on Diddy.
Every time they get us every time,
They
bro.
get us every time.
And then they got a way to trigger people emotions by using the media to trigger
Right.
people emotions. But if y'all actually knew what the F was really going on, the deeper shit,
Stuff that's been going on for centuries,
y'all be like, man, F this nigga Diddy.
thousands of
Where
years.
these people need to be looked into. F this nigga Diddy. These people, the Catholic Church, the high priest of the Catholic Church need to be looked into. And this ain't no lie shit because every day they got shit like their shit get put out in the media. They say, oh yeah, California's chapter, what you call 'em, paid out $3 billion. It be in the media, but it get looked over. It
No,
come
they
out in the
never
media
paid
that
out the money.
they never paid out the
They
money.
never paid out a lot of those cases been going on for so long that a lot of the victims even
Nah,
died.
right.
They died before the money was even given out. So and no, these priests they never go to jail.
Priest gonna never go to
The
jail,
ones
bro.
that get caught with all messing around with the kids and stuff, they never go to jail. They never, ever, 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 ever go to jail. That goes to show you what's really going on out here. The people who need to be going to jail, they never go to jail.
Right.
They never go to jail. Like when those Catholic priests get caught touching on them kids and all that, what they do, they just move them to another location. They move the priest to another location and you never hear from them again.
Yeah.
And they just continue and they move them, basically giving them basically praising them for what they did to these kids and move them to an even better location than before when they stuff get leaked out into the media, like looking at that's just a minor inconvenience that your name got leaked for this, so
Right.
we're gonna move you to a better location and
Right.
the world will never hear from you again, and you get to continue doing what you're doing to the kids.
Right.
That's basically how that's how they run their shit. And the proof is none of them never go to jail. They never go to jail. You hear about it on the media for like a day or two, and then it disappears completely.
Facts. Yeah. How was Mike Jeffries able to escape the Diddy fate? He bailed out on $10 million, $10 million bail,
That's crazy,
and to
bro.
never be heard about in the media again.
Never be heard.
And
Yeah,
he's
except what
charged with
we saying,
he's
except
charged with the,
us.
yeah, and he's charged with the exact same thing Diddy's charged with. That is crazy to me, bro. And Diddy he didn't get bonded. He was willing to put up 50, $60 million for bond. 100 million if he had to. But the Mike Jeffries charged with sex trafficking, but he get to pay $10 million bail, $10 million bond. And now he's not even being discussed in the media. When did his trial date start? They didn't even announce when Mike Jeffries, Abercrombie and Finch trial date start.
It's not getting no media coverage.
It's not getting no media coverage, bro.
Nope. Nope.
But they want us to believe old ass 80-something-year-old Smokey Robinson. Yeah, I mean, sexual
Exactly.
assault.
Smokey Robinson.
Smokey
That
Robinson.
desperate that they bring up old ass Smokey Robinson, trying to make him look like like he's some type of
Sex
criminal
deviant.
or some
Yeah,
sex deviant criminal,
right.
and he's in his 80s and whatnot. You ain't never heard nothing like that about Smokey Robinson his whole
Ever.
career. They wait
Whole
till he in
career.
his 80s, until his mid 80s, to start talking about that.
It's crazy, bro.
And then mysteriously Tyler Perry, Jay-Z, like them niggas should be them. If you're a so-called black billionaire, man, you better be worried, because your ass might be next. Because it seems like they trying to take these niggas out.
Right. LeBron James,
Yup.
Michael Jordan,
Yup.
all these different billionaires that they
You see
from
they
the
going after
entertainment world.
Ye too.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Ye's talking about the shit that we
Woo.
talking about.
Yeah,
Ye's actually
full
bringing that
force.
stuff up.
Right. Ye went full force.
Yeah.
Because he's 100%, he's 1000% blackballed.
He's talking about those old families and all that. He's talking about all them old families that's ruling everything. The ones that have the popes, them lineage, the Medicis and all them motherfuckers. He talking about all them old families that the popes have come out of and all that, and the hierarchy of the Catholic Church. He's talking
Yeah.
about all those people, and he's talking about the other community too that you can't mention on YouTube or they'll ban your channel.
I just gotta say the small hat community.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
small
know,
hat.
he's talking about all that, and he's the only celebrity out here talking about all of that
Yeah, that's
on
what we
that
just
type of level.
yeah, that's what we were just saying. William Patterson, Mike Jeffries. Yeah, why he ain't suffering the same fate Diddy facing? Why Mike Jeffries get to pay $10 million bond and for him never to be covered in the media again? Why is there no trial date set for? Why are they talking about Smokey Robinson going on trial before they talking about Mike Jeffries going on trial? And Mike Jeffries got charged way before Smokey Robinson shit came out. So why are they not talking about Mike Jeffries trial date? You mean to tell me this nigga paid $10 million to make this shit go away completely? You mean to tell me he's not gonna get he's not gonna face any type of prosecution, bro? We talking
I
about
mean, to tell you the truth, I feel like that dude is a pawn too. He's because by
yeah, he
the
is a pawn.
fact that they
Yeah,
mentioning his name,
yeah,
but
right,
he just got a little bit more, power than Diddy
right.
because
Because
he's we know why
he
Diddy's a
part of that.
darker
Yeah,
complexion.
yeah, he part of that small hat community.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean, it just boils down to them trying to hide more deeper, darker things that they're doing and using Diddy and them as a
Using
scapegoat.
Diddy as a
That's
scapegoat.
obviously what's happening out here. And
Yeah.
a lot of us are falling for it. A lot of us
Yes.
a lot of
Yes.
us are falling for. I seen somebody said Ye could be controlled opposition. It's a possibility.
Yeah, that's possibility.
It's a
Hell yeah.
possibility that Ye could be controlled opposition. I wouldn't put it past them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I wouldn't put it past the control opposition thing.
That's a fact.
For money, to keep basic, because I mean, it seemed like Ye is still operating and doing all right out there to say he's talking the stuff that
Yeah.
he's talking
Yeah,
about
it's
the
talking to
system.
stuff
Because they
facts. Like
could reach you can run to Japan and all that if you want. They could reach you anywhere on the globe.
anywhere. Right. Yeah,
This is a
Ye
global
seems
operation that we're talking about here.
Ye seems to still be doing good financially. You know what I'm saying?
So it's a possibility that
And
it could
he
be controlled
right.
opposition.
That's possible, bro. Hell yeah.
I wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? We don't know for sure though. The control opposition thing is kind of hard to figure out.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to right. That's a fact. Unless you see him, actually around certain individuals, which you don't see him around certain individuals no more.
Just like I thought all them Trump lovers out there, I always thought Trump was control opposition.
Yeah, but he's 100% part of the program, right?
But he's acting like control opposition because he was
Yeah,
acting like he was against Clinton and all them. And that's they Epstein
buddy,
list. The Clintons are all up through the Epstein list.
right. Yeah, they made them Hillary Clinton emails go away
Right,
real quick. All them
right,
emails, bro, her emails, they saying Hillary emails had all types of different people in that John, bro, like all
right.
types of evidence. But they made Hillary's uh emails go away.
Same thing with Hunter Biden,
Yeah, by
Hunter
100.
Biden's. Yep,
He got pardoned by his father,
right,
which you can expect that to happen because he's not going to lock up his own son. He's going to make sure his son, yeah, I mean, he's going to protect his son to the best of his ability. So us seeing him pardon his own son is no shock to me. That was no shock or surprise to me. And it shouldn't be to any of y'all either. But let's get back on this Diddy thing, man, because I want to hear more about what's coming up out of that courtroom
With
too.
that, he's got
Yo, make sure y'all support the shop, man. nightandayherbals.com. This live stream is sponsored by our own products, our own website, nightandayherbal.com, where we sell high quality herbal products. You're dealing with some, health issues or whatever, and you need things, check out our website, man. We have high quality CBD on there, detoxes, high quality skin and hair products on there.
We got CMOS on
Sea
there,
moss on
CMOS
there, like
teas.
yeah, sea moss teas. Like we specialize in high quality, products, man. That if you have some dealing with some issues or you need to get some great nutrients in your system, hit us up. nightandayherbals.com, 35% off. You also get a free pack of CBD cigarettes with your order, or you get a free pre-roll. So make sure y'all go over there. The link is pinned to the chat. Link is in the description of this video. And let's rock and roll, man. Let's keep it going.
an air of charisma, right? That's how he ascended to the top of his game in the music industry. So at the start of the trial, the judge actually admonished Diddy pretty strongly because he was captured engaging somewhat with jurors. One day it was reported that he shivered and he said, he mouthed, "It's cold in here." And there was another report that he was eyeing jurors after certain testimony. And the judge scolded his defense attorneys and told them, don't let that happen again. And after that, nothing else came out about Diddy trying to engage with the jury. But there was another moment that I thought was interesting this past week. Before closing arguments, Diddy complimented the judge. And when he said that he wouldn't be testifying in his own defense, he also said, I want to let you know you've been doing a great job, to the judge.
Yeah, that's another thing, that Diddy didn't take the stand. And I understand why his lawyers didn't allow him to take the stand. I understand what they doing, because you know, him being basically a testimony to his own, well, you know, what they charging him with. I guess his defense probably felt like it wasn't a good idea to put him up there on the stand. Yeah, I mean, as a, you know, a witness to his own, you know, charges or whatever. So I can understand them leaving, you know, leaving that part out of him taking a stand, and also calling in other character witnesses. Like, because you gotta think about the industry. If you calling other people in there on Diddy's behalf, a lot of these industry niggas is filthy. You see what I'm saying? So if they was to imagine them putting Stevie J up there to testify on Diddy's behalf. Like, nigga, your name is in all types of shit out here, bro. Like, why would they call any of them celebrity niggas on the stand, you know, to basically be, you know, basically testify about Diddy's character or him being a good guy? Like, a lot of these niggas got dirt on them. So I can see why they wouldn't want to put none of them niggas up there. Like, any of these industry niggas up there, they name is poop. Not saying they guilty of anything, but you, like, yo, if your name already been in the media for some dumb shit, like, there's no point to put a nigga up there like that to basically, you know, testify on his behalf about his character and all that. They like, well, nigga, you in the media, you was in the media plenty of times for this, and that. So I can understand why they ain't put nobody up there, you know, to testify on Diddy's behalf. You see what I'm saying? So, and then they, you know, decided not to put Diddy up there neither. So, I mean, this is what we have right here. We have the deliberation going on with the jury. They basically, Diddy's fate is in their hands. So we gonna see what comes out of this. Like, we gonna keep y'all updated too, because we know, you know, people reporting that, you know, what's coming out of the courtroom or whatever. So we definitely gonna keep y'all updated on that. But in the meantime, we're gonna go over some of this, you know, these closing arguments.
And the judge had a small laugh and said, I appreciate that. Thank you. And he quickly moved on. So I think there have been moments where you might say Diddy has tried to interject.
Yo, please double tap this video to like this video, or the 3 dots on the right hand corner. Please make sure y'all smash that like button.
Some of that charisma.
I want to focus on racketeering because one of the most serious charges that he's going to face. And look, I think we can all stipulate, almost everybody in America, in the world can stipulate, Diddy is a really, really bad dude who's into really, really bad things. He is a sick individual according to what the rest of us view as normal behavior. But how did the prosecution establish the elements needed for racketeering based off of that salacious and horrific evidence that they presented?
So you bring up a really crucial charge, racketeering conspiracy. I think it's not only the most
really
serious
biased,
charge,
don't
it's the
they?
most complex charge in this case.
Not
And so that's
supposed
why
to
you
be.
watch the prosecutor who delivered closing arguments take a great deal of time to explain it. So she told jurors, in order to convict Diddy of racketeering conspiracy, you have to find that both he and his inner circle, members who, you know, his chief of staff and other former employees, committed 2 racketeering acts. They can be the same 2 racketeering acts. You just have to find that they committed them. And they allege the racketeering acts in this case are kidnapping, arson, bribery, forced labor, witness tampering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. And so, you know, they argue that the copious amounts of evidence they've presented, whether it be witness testimony, salacious text, and videos, they argue that it proves Diddy created this sex crime ring to force and coerce women into drug-fueled sex parties called freak-offs.
Nope.
And, some
Nope.
legal experts feel that, prosecutors have sufficiently laid out this case. But Todd, you're an attorney yourself. Some legal experts feel that prosecutors overcharged. We'll have to see. It lies with jurors.
Real quick one. You just used the word salacious. You used the word explicit. A lot of evidence in this case. How does the defense push back against it?
Great question. So the defense argues that all the sexual encounters were consensual, and they say that these women could have left at any point. They didn't have to engage in this type of behavior.
Well, CB, thank you so much for breaking it down, and we'll be watching tomorrow. Appreciate it.
Nope. Like we said, only thing they probably will try to get him on is the transportation of prostitutes, bro. Transportation to engage in prostitution. 2 counts. As far as sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion, nope. Racketeering and conspiracy, nope. They haven't proved any of that. Only thing they could probably get them on is the transportation to engage in sex prostitution, and that's not a life sentence. Now,
That's
if
crazy.
you get him on a life sentence for that, then we all know this was a setup. It was meant for this nigga to go to jail and do life. It was meant for him, bro. I don't see, like, they haven't proved sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. They haven't found him on racketeering, conspiracy. There's no RICO here. They proved that he used his own personal credit cards to purchase the rooms and all that. He didn't use any funds from Bad Boy Enterprises. Bro, if he get life in prison, if he's charged with all this shit, bro, and they didn't like, because we know they have the power to do that shit. We seen what they did with Tory Lanez. They convict that man with 10 years, no evidence, no DNA, no gunpowder, or none of that shit. And he still got 10 years.
That's what I was saying. They could convict. Yeah, when they want to get you, they get you, whether they got evidence or not.
Like, they got R. Kelly doing a 30 piece. That's not even warranted. Like, they over excessive gave this nigga 30, bro. They gave him a 30 plus piece, bro. For RICO, a 1-man RICO, bro. Nobody else charged in it. They saying R. Kelly is running a sex organization, bro. By himself. By himself. This nigga got charged for RICO by himself, bro. Nobody else was involved. Nobody else got charged. None of the parents, no bodyguards, no assistants. Nobody. So that just shows you how the government can do what they want, especially with these niggas. Especially with the niggas, bro. If they want to make you go away, they're gonna make you go away. Now, if he get charged with life, if he get charged with all this shit, bro, and they didn't even have evidence to prove all this shit, bro, that just lets you know right there that this justice system, bro, is 1000% flawed. And I feel like they gonna come after everybody. They like, oh shit, they could do this to a Diddy. Just imagine what they could do to your ass, and what they will do to you. It's like they on some Judge Dredd shit, bro. Like they on the government on some Judge Dredd shit. Like I said, only thing they really could get him on if they wanted to really charge him is the transporting to engage prostitution on 2 counts. But my thing is, why none of the prostitutes being prosecuted? They took money for sex. That's a crime. How they was able to not get charged with that? Oh, because they got immunity for testifying against Diddy.
How are they able to talk about that How they able to actively talk about that while the trial's going on, like on interviews?
Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. Why or well, I guess since they already testified that
Nah,
you
bro. This is all
think it's all staged,
propaganda. You gotta
propaganda
understand, this
shit,
is propaganda, and they taking
propaganda.
the focus off the real human traffickers out there,
Yeah.
and that's basically
Oh yeah,
it
we know
boils
that for
down to
yeah.
that. It
Facts,
boils
facts.
down to that. It boils down to that,
Yeah.
and the fact that Diddy, he was you see what type personality he got.
Right.
He probably thought that he deserved more when they gave him everything. You became a billionaire. That the odds of a black man becoming a billionaire in America. The odds,
Slim. Slim chances.
and the
Slim
fact that
chances.
he still wanted more when he was suing Diageo and all that. And
Yeah,
when
you
we
don't
talk about these old families out there, like the people that's attached to that Diageo brand
yeah.
are powerful people we talking about.
Yeah,
And he
within
was
that entertainment world, you don't earn $1 billion
mm-mm,
status. That's given to you. I
right.
mean, you could make 100 million. You can even make 100 million being independent.
No,
But
you
a
can't.
billion,
No, you
you
not
don't think
without
you can
that.
make 100
Mm-mm.
million being independent?
Nah,
If
they
you
if you
make the right
independent,
investment,
if you got
if-
your own mind and you independent, you on your way to making 100 million, they gonna send the feds in there to break that up,
yeah, you
or
definitely
the
gonna get
tax
approached.
man. Somebody's gonna come after you.
Somebody gonna approach you, right?
That this system is so fake. This system is so that's so all these billionaires, 100 millionaires. Trust me, they tied in, they linked into somebody. Like they ain't doing none of these 100 millionaire
So
niggas
you
is
think a
doing it
lot of these
independently. Who got a
yeah,
100 million who's doing it independently?
right, yeah, you think about it, yeah, because if you think about even the people that got $100 million deals for podcasts,
Yeah,
they're linked in with somebody,
they're
right?
controlled.
Yeah, they control their all the endorsements. They could be basically be in control on what they say because
Facts.
they can't talk about certain things having certain people endorsing them. Yeah, if you're endorsed by certain corporations, you really can't talk about anything.
You controlled, bro.
You see how we freely could come on here and talk about shit because we sponsor our own shit independently, real
And we ain't
independent,
big enough. We ain't big
and
enough
we
for
ain't
them
big
to
enough,
care.
right? Right, and we ain't big enough for them to care, right? So my thing is that being is that industry, you don't gain $1 billion status by working hard or being talented. It's none of that.
I feel like you
It's
could make a couple of million independently,
yeah, you can
but
make yeah, yeah,
once you start getting to the 100 millions, no.
right, yeah,
You're gonna become an instant enemy because if you're able to make 100 million, that means your influence is stronger. You ain't gonna let you
right.
have no influence over the masses
So the people,
without the feds being involved or some type of global police
yeah,
that they
right,
have
right,
being
right.
involved.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Because they don't want anybody disrupting their program that they had going on for centuries.
That's a
That
fact.
that majority of the world is still blind to, even though the information is out there letting us know that we're in a global prison.
Right.
People still don't realize we're in a global prison yet.
Yo, we need y'all to double tap the screen and like this video, man. If y'all can, let's get these likes up. Algorithm purposes. I see they kind of like took the shadow ban off because y'all see the shit we talk about. They AI be picking up keywords and shit. You start talking about certain people and certain individuals and groups, and they be ready to shadow ban your shit. So for algorithm purposes, definitely click the like button, man, on this video. Share this live stream if you can, because this shit is bigger than showing Puffy P. Diddy Combs.
It damn sure is.
This shit is way bigger than showing Puffy P. Diddy Combs. They using this nigga as a scapegoat.
They ain't even got him on. The rumors about Diddy is way worse than what they trying to convict him of. Cause
Facts.
you gotta think about the rumors of Diddy. He's saying Diddy was messing around with kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He had people moving people out of underground tunnels that led to his house and all that.
yeah, but they
None of
wasn't
that. They
able
ain't
to
bring
find
up
the
none of that in
evidence.
this trial.
But there was no evidence, just like there was no evidence on Michael Jackson. The feds said they've been building the case on Michael Jackson for 10 years and they ain't find shit on Michael Jackson, nothing. They had to actually admit that they had nothing on him.
Exactly.
But they needed Michael Jackson as a scapegoat. They need at that time because they was implementing the internet. They was implementing the dot com boom at the time. They needed big distractions, yo. So when they're about to make a huge transition, especially with the financial system, they need all the distractions in the world to keep people off of that shit. Because they don't want too many of the general public getting wealthy off the transition. Because when they make a huge transition like that financially, a lot of people get wealthy at a time like that. So they need to control the narrative as much as possible. So they gonna keep throwing us Diddy, Tyler Perry. They gonna keep throwing us all these stupid ass celebrities, man, to try to throw us off. They gonna keep trying to throw us these same stupid ass celebrities, and they know people going. It's the shock value of it all too, because they know the people's gonna eat it up, because the shock, like, damn, Smokey Robinson getting charged with. Yeah, I mean, they take it. Some people now we don't know 100% if they squeaky clean, but we know nothing has came out in the media about a nigga like Smokey Robinson. That nigga been squeaky clean his whole career. All of a sudden, he's being charged with sexual assault in his mid-80s, bro.
With women that worked for
That
him
worked
for
for him for
over 20
years.
years.
Hey, that's crazy to me, bro.
Yeah, that
I
shit
smell
don't even make
setup.
no sense, bro.
I smell setup. I smell setup, man. I
And the
smell
thing
setup.
is that we got to start, like, as the general public, we got to start questioning these things so we don't get this shit our energy no more. Because when
Right.
you actually question things and you actually look at things for what they are, you start to
Hmm.
realize there's something off about this.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta have that sixth sense. Like, you gotta have that. Like, you just gotta think. Like, why they just all going after Diddy? We know that there's crazy predators out there that's on top. Crazy predators, and
Hmm.
they're getting off scot free.
Right.
And the stuff that they getting Diddy on is not even really, if you actually look at it, it's not even really as serious as they trying to make it out to be.
Right.
What's the most serious crime that he did that everybody need to be all absurd about, like all crazy about? Like what's one? Which one? Which one?
None.
Because the
None of this shit.
rumors
None
came
of
out
this
to
shit.
not be true.
None of this shit. Because there's no sex trafficking in children or any of that, and all this shit that
Exactly.
all the testimony. Now we asked everybody heard the testimonies. I'm pretty sure all y'all been following this case and y'all heard every testimony that came out. Was anybody held against it? Was all that shit consensual
It
or
sounds like a
not?
bunch of freaks having fun, doing what freaks do.
Living life, the lifestyle. It's the lifestyle that provided that atmosphere for them to get freaky, for them to to have these freak offs, party with cocaine, party with drinks, party with other people. Like, the lifestyle of the industry provides that type of atmosphere. And it's and according to the industry, that's okay. You're not frowned upon with freak offs, drugs, alcohol, and I mean, and sleeping with prostitutes, and with that type of industry, you're not frowned upon with that. That comes with that lifestyle. So I don't understand why people are so shocked by this shit when that industry, that's the climate for that type of industry. But we know it's other industries that go deep and darker than the entertainment industry does. There's other organizations, religious organizations.
I never heard any of these. Somebody said they can send it to being drugged and recorded. What? But none of them said they were drugged.
Nah,
They
Punisher went in there and actually said there when he got into that, it was no record. He didn't see no cameras out, no drugs, no guns, nothing illegal in the hotel. Some of these prostitutes came forward and said there was nothing in the hotels, But just this weird ass nigga sitting in the corner with a hijab on, covering his face, and Cassie freaky ass laying in the bed naked. That's it.
Yeah,
Now
yeah, this is
they
crazy.
say he was walking back and forth, beating his meat and things of that nature. There's no crime in that. There's no crime of walking back and forth, beating your Johnson and watching your girl have sex with a man. There's no crime in that shit, bro.
People are still going off the room. The people who saying Diddy is guilty is still going off the rumors. The rumors that, and
You
a lot
can't
of those
walk.
rumors
All
wasn't
right,
even brought up in the trial at all because they wasn't real. The baby oil being drugs and people
you
saying that
can't go by the rumors. You have
people
to stick
saying
to
that
the facts
yeah,
of the
he was
case.
dealing with kids and all this. People saying that he was behind getting Tupac knocked off and Biggie knocked off. Oh, none of that. People saying that he was behind Kim Porter's death. None of that came up in the trial. And
He's
trust me,
not being charged
the
for none of
feds
that
would have
shit.
found out about that stuff if they was really investigating him and trying to get him locked up. So if any of that stuff was true, they would have it would have came out. The
Fact.
feds would have found it. The feds would have found
Yeah,
evidence of all of that.
yeah. Regardless of people saying he knocked off too, that's not what he on trial for. Yo, y'all gotta stick to the facts of the trial. F the rumors. He's not being charged for none of the rumors. Let's stick to the facts of the case. The charges is right there in front of us, right there on the screen. This is the things they're charging him with. Now you have to look at the charges, then you have to listen to the testimonies. Does the testimonies prove any of this shit here? Racketeering, sex trafficking. They might got him on the transportation. If they want to charge him with something, it will be the transportation to engage in prostitution. That's it. As far as a RICO, arson, they haven't proved none of that shit. You got to stick to the facts of the case. F the rumors. The rumors is not what he's being on trial for, y'all.
But the point that I'm making, if those rumors were true, the feds would have found out
Yeah,
and
the
actually
Fed.
brought that to
Yeah,
trial.
the Feds would have definitely
Y'all
brought
don't
that to trial.
understand y'all don't understand how the
Feds,
feds operate, do y'all? If this man actually was behind Tupac and Biggie's death and the baby oil was drugged and he was running around with kids, the feds would have found
they
out.
would have found them evidence,
Trust
bro.
me, they do extensive investigations. If those rumors were true, the feds would have found that out. Obviously, they want him in jail.
Fact.
They used Homeland Security and raided all his places. Like
Yeah, and then they would have had testimony. They would have had, they would have had people testifying that it was children at the freak offs, or
right.
there were secret dungeons at the bottom of the mansion, and
The tunnels, yep, that they
yeah,
talking about.
yeah. Like
The
you gotta
rumors of the
understand something.
tunnels and all this
All of the
stuff.
feds do a thorough investigation when they're going after a person. We
Right.
all know how the feds operate.
Facts.
They have a 98% conviction, um, conviction rate. If they want to get somebody, they're gonna get them. Like we said, they want Diddy so damn bad that they got sloppy with this damn case. They didn't have people coming in there and testifying saying he kidnapped them. He kidnapped, held him for gun, threatened to unalive him. But they also went back to want to go back and work for him after that. Why would you put somebody on the stand that said they was kidnapped by Diddy, held for gun, and he threatened to unalive him, but they asked for a job up in 2024?
Right.
Why would you put a nigga on the stand like that?
And wrote good things about him on
And
social media.
and wrote good things about him on their Facebook.
Yeah.
Why would you put them on trial? Why would you put them on? It's just sloppy, bro. Sloppy shit, man. Sloppy shit, bro. Sloppy work. On the Fed's part, sloppy work, man.
Nah, we ain't saying Diddy is a saint. If you was listening earlier, we said he's a scumbag when it comes to doing business and all that.
Yeah, we already said that in the industry.
Yeah, we're not saying that Diddy's
Yeah,
a saint. Hell
yeah.
nah.
Diddy in the industry is a horrible goddamn nigga in the industry. We seen it. We
just
seen
saying
how
that they ain't got nothing on him, which is
right.
the
Like
truth.
we seen how scumbagish this nigga is. How much he's a control freak. How scumbag he is within that industry. How he steps on people. How he, I mean, like that's industry shit. Like we ain't saying, but he's not on trial for none of that shit. So we only sticking to the facts of the trial, y'all, and the charges. We ain't talking about the rumors and none of that dumb shit. We're just strictly sticking to what he's being charged with, the testimonies that came out. We just sticking to that. That's it, y'all. We're not talking about the rumors and none of that shit. Like,
Yeah, because we under the notion that people is innocent until proven guilty. And for somebody to be proven guilty, we need actual evidence, like
facts,
real evidence, because we feel like if they do this to him, they could do this to anybody else.
facts.
Convict people without evidence.
And
That's
they
a
have.
danger. That's a
And they,
world that I don't want to live in.
yeah, they have done it to a lot of people.
So this is bigger. When we say it's bigger than Diddy, that's what we mean. It's bigger than Diddy, because we don't want them to just be able to convict people on some BS, because eventually it'll come to your doorstep.
Facts. Facts.
I don't understand how people don't understand that those simple truths. People ain't gonna some people ain't gonna understand that shit until they on trial for something that they can't prove that they did,
You're right.
and they getting convicted like R. Kelly did or Tory Lanez, or like what they tried to do to Bill Cosby, but then he had good enough lawyers to see that he was
Yeah,
being
they
taken
found
advantage of, and
right.
and Bill Cosby was able to get out.
Yeah, they found technicalities within in Cosby's case. Like they found technicalities. Now during the time, they tried to get Cosby, women was taking Spanish fly and Quaaludes and all that shit. Like they was doing all that shit during that time. They tried to charge Bill on some old shit from the 70s, bro, where they was doing Quaaludes and black what's the other shit called? Black something and all that. They was willingly putting that shit in their drinks around that time. A lot of cocaine, a lot of you know, Quaaludes and shit like that. That was they shit, you know what I'm saying? Spanish fly, yeah, all that shit was they was into all that. You know what I mean? But as far as them charging Diddy with these charges they have here, I've listened to the testimony and I've seen all the evidence that came out with this trial, the emails, the text messages.
See, some of these
You know
people
what I mean?
might
Like,
not have been following the case. Look
yeah,
what
I
somebody
don't think,
said.
yeah,
Somebody said exactly. Some people aren't going to understand until their daughter's being treated this way. But Cassie was a willing participant.
yeah. Now I don't agree with
She was
the
an
I don't
adult and a
I
willing
don't
participant.
yeah, I don't agree with none of the abuse and shit. I don't agree with
No,
none of
we
that
don't agree
shit.
with
Like,
the abuse.
nah,
But as
I
far
don't
as
agree
we
with
talking
none of
about the
that
freak
shit.
offs and all that, she was a willing
Yeah,
participant.
but we
And
yeah,
she was on it. Then she was on there threatening people's lives. She was with the shit.
damn, should I have to pull it up to show
You
like
had
let y'all
people
hear that
saying
shit?
that you had witnesses
Better
there
pull it
saying
up.
when Diddy was abusing Kim, Cassie would be sitting over there laughing.
Laugh. Yeah.
That goes to show you the mind, and she was money hungry. That goes to show you the mind of some
Lifestyle.
of these women. Some of
Yeah,
the
it's a
the women
lifestyle.
he knew which women to pick to abuse because they were probably abusive also.
Facts.
You know what, man? The accountability is straight gone. The accountability is straight gone. Like we gotta start looking at things for what they are. We gotta start looking at things for what they are. Now,
Like
if
I
they want
said,
to get him on a domestic abuse because what was caught on that hotel video, yeah, get him for that. If that's what they want to get him for, you know what I'm saying? But
right.
we can't take the fact away from a lot of the stuff that went on was consensual. What they trying to get him with is shit that bunch of adults sat around and agreed to do. So that's
Yeah,
not kidnapping. That's not forcing anybody. None of that.
and that's lifestyle. That's the lifestyle of that industry, bro. That's the Hollywood
It damn
lifestyle.
sure is.
Cocaine, I mean prostitution, ordering prostitutes off the strip, and we hear about them picking up prostitutes all the time. Like that's the lifestyle of Hollywood. and they're all willing participants of that lifestyle in Hollywood. I'm not shocked by any of this shit, bro. That's their lifestyle. That's Hollywood. That's the standard Hollywood lifestyle. The freak
That's
offs, the
literally the
parties.
culture
Yeah,
of
that's their
Hollywood.
culture. Yeah, freak offs, parties, drugs, alcohol, prostitution. A lot of these people sleep with the execs and stuff to get roles. Is that a crime?
People talking about victim
Of
shaming.
course,
You know,
hold
some
on.
people love being victims. Some people, because they like the attention that they get when they're deemed a victim, and they stay in that victim mentality. So we got to
Right.
be careful. It's extremes to everything. It's extremes to everything. See, I'm not falling for that shit. People can
Should
try to bring up those program types of things if they want, but we know the truth. We know some people out here like being in a position because they like they could have left at any time, but they like they love the lifestyle. And you know
Cassie
it's
left?
fake. Like you said,
Yeah,
the one chick, who was it? Clark. What's her name? Clark.
Capricorn Clark. Yeah,
Capricorn Clark said that he hung her over a balcony and he did all this, but she was still trying to get a job back with him as of late as 2023 or 2024.
no, it's 2024, last year.
2024, last year, she was still trying to get a job and writing good things about him on Facebook, but then going
Saying
to testify and say
congratulations
he
on
was
the
abusive
album.
and,
Right,
and
right.
had her doing things against her will. But she wanted to work for him again, and just as late as 2024. How does that make any sense?
I don't know. I think just a lot of people in their emotions and they not really looking at it logically, or they're not
No, it's
looking
that
at the
people ain't.
facts. If so, a lot of people be emotional about it, and I understand that. I understand that. You know, they got a way of triggering our emotions when it comes to shit like this. I understand that. You know what I mean? Because they definitely will use this shit to tap into people's emotions real quick instead of just looking at the facts of what the fuck the case is. My F all the rumors and all the shit, because a lot of those lawsuits against this nigga was dropped anyway. Like a lot of those Tony Busby 200 people lawsuits, a lot of that shit was found false. It was just a bunch of people trying to grab money.
And then people talk, Cassie was only 19. You know, them young chicks be out there looking for a come up all the time. They be
Yeah,
wicked as hell.
yeah,
They
look
be
at the
wicked as
nigga.
hell in they heart, looking for a come up,
Yeah,
trying
look
to
at
take advantage of rich people, of rich men, trying to look for the
yeah,
come up,
nigga, look
and,
at
and, and then try to play the victim when things don't go their way. So y'all
look,
saying y'all saying
look at
that
Shay
don't
Shay.
exist? Y'all
Nah, look
saying
at
that
Shay
don't
Shay.
exist?
Yeah, look at Shay Shay. The white chick was
They
ready to
trying to
get
say
him
that don't
50
exist,
million.
that these young chicks don't be out here looking for the come up.
Man, like I said, look at Shay Shay, man.
Just
Even though
look at
these,
the climate we in,
yeah,
period.
like nigga, you messed around with the OnlyFans chick. Now she want to sue that nigga for half a hundred, yeah,
If
50
people
million
trying to say
dollars.
that don't exist, that these chicks be out here, that these young girls be out here looking for the come up, trying to get pregnant by rich people. You know what I'm saying? Trying to be in the crowd of the rich people because they know they could, because they trying looking for that lifestyle,
The
trying to take the
lifestyle.
easy way out.
Yeah, the
Get
lifestyle.
the
It's the
fuck out.
lifestyle.
If y'all trying to say that don't exist and these are all victims, oh, they were groomed and all that, knowing damn well you be hearing how these chicks be talking, especially in the little friends groups, about how they looking for a rich man for the come up.
Yeah.
Even the little rappers and stuff even trying to do songs of how they want rich men and how they want rich dudes and all this type shit on a come. That's the climate we in.
All right.
They ain't as victimized as you think. They ain't as victimized as you think. They be out there on the prowl trying to come up off of rich men.
You want to get flown out?
Want to get flown out
Yeah,
so they
like
could
the
brag on their
DM, right?
social medias and all
Yeah,
that.
to get flown
Man,
out and
get the
say we
fuck
see.
out of here.
Yeah, we see
We
that been the
wasn't just
climate.
born yesterday.
That's been the climate for a very long time. We see a lot of women getting flown out to Dubai and flown out
Exactly.
to the celebrity home or hotels to have sex. And so the thing is, if transporting to engage in prostitution, if Diddy's being charged with that and that's a crime, then they have to start looking into all these celebrities that flown, or not even just people that flown women out to have sex. Period.
Facts.
If they
Not
moving
just
the needle,
celebrities,
if they moving,
everybody who's done that.
yeah, if they're moving the needle on sex trafficking, and they're saying it's a crime to transport prostitutes against state, um, against state lines, then this this passport shit with what they say, the passport bros and all that shit. It's a crime, my nigga. It's a crime. Yeah,
Passport bros.
passport
Nah,
bros.
I don't think the passport bros, they actually go
Nah,
overseas to legal places where
yeah,
prostitution
well,
is. Actually, the passport bros is doing it right. They ain't
the
flying
passport
people
bros don't.
illegally across state. They flying themselves over to places where it's legal to do that stuff.
Right. Yeah, we need. Yeah, if they moving the needle on this shit, bro, then there's a lot more people gonna be charged with transporting to engage
And that's the thing.
prostitution.
I don't know why niggas like Diddy don't just do that. Just go to where, just fly out to where the stuff is legal at and get all your freak stuff off there where it's legal.
Right.
Yeah, instead of risking your empire by
I
flying.
think they do. I think they do it all. I
Oh,
think they
yeah,
do
you
that,
might be right
and
about.
yeah, they're the lifestyle, bro, is so crazy that they do it all. I mean, just look at shit like the Bohemian Grove. See, a lot of that shit don't really be talked about. Shit like the Bohemian Grove, where all a bunch of politicians and high level judges and lawyers, and they all get together. They have male
And they
prostitutes in there.
flying, yup,
Yeah, they
flying
fly in male
escorts out, yup,
escorts and male escorts and female escorts and
yup.
the Bohemian Grove. Why ain't that shit on trial? See, that's what I'm saying, bro. They be tricking us with this dumb shit in the media, bro. When you got shit like the Bohemian Grove going on.
Right. Right.
Yo, y'all gotta open your eyes up a little bit more and expand your minds a little bit more when it comes to this type
Nah,
of
some
shit.
people are agents though. Some people be agents. Some people who going around say he's guilty no matter what. He's guilty.
Nah,
They
nah,
be
I don't think
agents.
I don't
They
think
be
they
agents too.
well, I understand from a perspective of that they're just part of the system of that thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm
agents.
not gonna
In the
say
Matrix
yeah,
standpoint.
the Matrix from the Matrix standpoint, yeah.
Yeah. They
But
agents.
I understand a lot of people just go with the program, just go along with the majority. A lot of people don't have their own critical thinking mind. A lot of people just go along with the majority because you don't want to look like a fool not going along with the majority, and
Yeah.
you going against the grain because you
Yeah.
got your own critical thinking. You got your own mind to actually discern this shit. A lot of people ain't doing that because they want to be part of the majority. Niggas like us don't give a fuck about no majority, my nigga. We'll go against every grain that we have to go against. Niggas like us don't care about being part of the majority.
And we seeing stuff
I
for what
love
it
looking like,
is.
yeah, I see the shit for what it is. I got my own mind and I think my own thoughts, and nobody's gonna control. Not the media, the mainstream media is not gonna manipulate my thoughts, not at all. I have the ability to see past all this shit, so they're not gonna manipulate niggas like us. That's not gonna happen. They're not gonna get us to get emotional about it. They're not gonna
Nah.
get us to be going out there protesting and marching the streets about some dumb shit. They can't manipulate niggas like us that see shit for what it is. So they can get the rest of the general population with the dumb shit, but certain people out here, you can't trick their mind because they got their own mind, they got their own thinking. They're able to discern certain shit. They're able to connect dots.
Yeah, they bank on people not having
Hey,
critical thinking
hey,
skills.
hey, you're not gonna get nobody like us with that.
Why do you think they did all the propaganda hit pieces before they took Diddy to trial? They say he took out Tupac, he took out Biggie,
Yeah,
he drugged the baby oil, he was messing around with kids, he was
right.
grooming Usher and Justin Bieber. And I'm not saying he ain't do any of those things. There was no proof of any of that
But you
stuff.
gotta have
But
evidence. Yeah, the
you gotta
evidence
have
definitely
evidence for
show.
all
Right.
that stuff is all we're saying. And we're going by what evidence do they have against Diddy now to convict him? That's what we're talking about. That's what we need to be focused
Like
on
I said,
because that's our judicial system,
right.
and that needs to be healthier.
And
That's
like
what
we
we saying.
said,
The judicial sense, the judicial system needs to be healthier because
Mhm.
it's bigger than just Diddy. You don't want nobody want to be convicted of some shit that they didn't do or wasn't proven that they did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what it boils down to.
Like
So
and
we
like
have
you,
to be
like we said,
sober-minded
if you
when it
want to,
comes to making decisions
right?
about
Like we said, if you want to get
judgments
the
and all that against people,
yeah,
because we don't want to be put in that position
no,
to where we being judged for something we didn't even do.
right.
But they like you said, their emotions are involved because these hit pieces that the media put out. And the hotel beating, yeah, he should have got some time for that.
He should have,
He should have
but
got
Cassie
something
should
for
have went
that.
to
I
the
don't agree with
police.
anybody
Ca-
abusing anybody.
Nah,
Men
Cassie should have went to the
abusing women
police
or women
though.
abusing men. I don't agree with any of that.
She let the statute of limitations run out on that shit. She should have went to the police, my nigga. Like, why you let that nigga get away with that shit? Why didn't the hotel
Because
go
she
to the
got 30
police?
million to be quiet about it.
And she got
That's
30
why.
million after the fact though. After the
No, but I'm
statute of
saying, but
limitations.
she was getting money before
Yeah,
that
but she was
too.
getting money,
I'm
right? She
just
was getting
making the
paid.
fact
Yeah,
that
right.
she's getting money. That's why she was
Yeah,
quiet about it. And she was
right.
okay with that.
Yeah, she was okay with that, right?
She was okay with taking a beating to get money. Because I
Right,
mean, if you got any type of self-dignity or anything, you be like, F that money. I want him locked up for
right.
abusing me.
Facts.
And people
Yeah.
say, oh, that's victim shaming. No, that's not victim shaming.
No, we saying she should have went to the police
We saying she should have
and
went to
got
the
him locked
police
up.
instead of taking payouts.
Yeah, get that nigga locked up. He busting your eye, your lip, and all that. But they saying they was both beating on they was swinging on each other, like beating on each
They
other.
were.
Yeah, and they kind of was because I seen that clip of when TMZ ran up on Cassie. She was walking like a block ahead of Diddy, so you
Yep.
can
Oh,
see
and
that.
Diddy had a
And his
black eye.
Diddy had he had a busted lip,
I
and he
mean, a
was covered.
busted lip. Yeah,
Yeah,
not
it
a
was
black.
Diddy was covering his
You know,
lip. So they
he had glasses on too, so he could have
yeah,
had a black
so
eye too.
they was on some Ike and Tina shit in the back of the limo. Like they was getting it in. They was rumbling. They was actually getting it in.
And
Like
she
Cassie,
busted his lip.
listen, Cassie ain't no pushover like y'all think she is. She's not a matter of fact, let me go ahead and roll the footage.
Yeah, just show it. Yeah, so people can
Cassie
see.
is not no pushover, my nigga. She's not what y'all think she is. She's just not gonna let some shit happen. This chick was getting gangster.
Like she's just an innocent little victim. When she was actually on audio threatening somebody's life,
There you
saying she
go.
could hire somebody to take him
Yo,
out. Come on, man, y'all on some bullshit now.
Yeah. Let me know if y'all can hear this. Cassie get gangster now. She ain't no pushover.
You don't have to see it, but it's my life and I'll kill you. No, I will kill you if you don't show me right now. I will kill you and I will hide you and I will cut you up and put you in the dirt right now. Pull it up. If you have it, pull that up. Because if not, I'm going to kill you and then he's going to kill you again. So just do it. Pull that up right now. You got that pull that up. I'm going to kill you. You don't understand.
Edition, right?
I don't give a I've never killed anybody in my life, but I will kill you because you're with me. You're with me in my life right now. If I saw a video of you doing anything that you didn't want people to see, I would show you the video so you could tell me what the happened. You're playing games with me, telling me you saw some. Now you're saying you didn't see some. You're with me. I'm going to you up. I don't think you understand. And it's not going to be
ain't no
my
pushover,
hands.
my
It's not
nigga.
blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it.
See, she hired somebody to get you whacked.
Tell me
she on some
right now. And I'm
shit.
recording this whole shit. FYI, tell me what the you're talking about. Because this is not cool. We're not playing. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Like, you saw some yes, you're my brother. Be my brother and tell me what you saw. You're going to be able to find it?
Cassie says she never wanted anyone to watch the video.
Hey, Cassie.
Well, that's the thing. Just because it's a woman, they automatically innocent.
Nah, Cassie about that life. Look, she manipulates. Look, listen. Cassie is a manipulator. She will. I think she will go to the extent to get a nigga knocked off, because it's like you have certain women that got manipulating tactics that she could run to a nigga and be like, "Listen, this man over here did this, and that to me. He did that." You see that shit all the time in the hood. Like niggas will go to war over some shit like that. Like when there's a shit going, it's always a woman in the center of that shit when some shit happens.
Yeah, we've seen women set dudes up all the time.
Yeah, like yo,
Young
like
was the one. Cassie was only 19. Well, we've seen 16, 17, 18-year-olds set dudes up to get killed.
and she would do that shit. You just heard her on the tape.
But no, they're innocent though because they're young women. They're innocent. They no way they could be evil if they're young women. They innocent.
Nah, bro, she was on some shit. Her and Diddy was fighting all the time. Like people, and plus some of that shit came out in the trial that these niggas fight. They be fighting each other.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, it did come out.
Like Cassie was swinging on this nigga. Like Diddy say anything crazy to
Even
her.
unprovoked.
Yeah, Cassie was swinging on the nigga.
Unprovoked. But
Muscle right
that's
in the
Diddy's
face.
fault though. Diddy groomed her to. They say Diddy groomed her to be like that. That's what the people say. Oh, she was innocent before she went to Diddy. Yo, it's crazy out here. Like the type of programming that they got going out here.
Cassie was crazy, bro. Like she wasn't like that type of innocent girl. Like Cassie was swing on a nigga. You say anything crazy about her, she gonna go off on you. She one of them type. She threatened to kill this boy. She threatened to just take this boy's life or have him killed. She said, "I will kill you, and then he will kill you again." Like she ain't.
And she got the money to do it, and she got the means and the money to do it.
And the people that she was running with.
Right.
So let's not get it confused here and be acting like this chick is 1000% innocent, bro. Nah, this chick is a manipulator. She's a manipulator, bro. She had sex with Diddy on the phone while her husband was on, where her husband now on the phone. It came out in trial. She actually had the nigga on FaceTime. The dude that she married to now was on FaceTime while she was having sex with Diddy in the bed. My nigga, she's a manipulator, my nigga. This type chick is a manipulator. We see, man, listen, bro. Niggas like us see through the bullshit because we know this type of shit go on, bro. You ain't gonna just fool me into thinking some dumb shit because that tape came out. Was he right for beating her up on the tape? Nah.
No.
But we know.
You're not saying that.
We know that we know that's the type of shit they was into. They was fighting each other. She'll bust Diddy in his lip. Like this nigga walking down the street covering his eye and his lip. She walked on the block ahead of him, so which means she stole this nigga. Diddy went chasing after her, but he seen them TMZ cameras out there,
and
so he kind of slowed down on the shit.
Yeah. I don't know why people don't see that. It's like, oh, the young girl, Cassie was just a young innocent girl.
Nah, man,
and Diddy just groomed her and this and that. When it's a lot of young girls out there that be for the shits out there because they trying to live a certain lifestyle and they do anything to live that lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
Anything. Like you see some chick trying to take, have sex with a rich dude and take the condom and try to get themselves impregnate themselves.
Poke holes in the condom.
Poke holes in it, yup.
Right.
Poke holes in the condom or even take the condom and try to put some semen in themselves to try to get themselves pregnant just so they could get that check from the rich dude. F the kid is really about those checks.
Yeah, it ain't about the child. Nah,
yeah.
Yeah, it's not about the child at all.
People denying that exists.
Right.
Okay. This is crazy out here, bro. It's crazy. Like we just completely accountability don't exist. And the thing is, we ain't saying Diddy is innocent or guilty. We just saying what they have against him so far is a reach. Most of it is like domestic abuse type of shit.
Facts.
Like they didn't need Homeland Security to raid all that wasted tax dollars, Homeland Security and all that stuff to raid this man's homes for a domestic case.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Some shit that the state could have handled, that it happened in, that the abuse happened in.
Facts.
And then we basically stating the facts that they ain't really got nothing on them with this trial.
Nah,
they ain't really got nothing.
And then we listened to the testimonies, and we was waiting to see evidence. Like, yo, we paid close attention to it. We was waiting to see was any of the evidence they had matching the crime that they was charging them with. and they don't have shit on them, bro. You know what I mean? Like, we was the first to say if they got evidence on him, then he deserved to serve every bit of time that requires the charges that he has. They haven't found shit on him, bro. Now, if they want to get him for the domestic shit with Cassie, okay. But the thing about it is the statute of limitations ran out on that because she didn't never go to the police. Because I already know why she didn't go to the police. It's the lifestyle, and plus they was beating each other ass.
Right.
They was already beating each other ass, so let's
It
understand
was
why
a
she didn't go.
abusive, toxic relationship on both ends.
Yeah.
That's what we trying to get y'all to see. We
Yeah,
ain't
and she
trying to
got
say
paid. And she got
that
paid, right.
Cassie is guilty and Diddy is innocent. We saying that it was a abusive relationship on both ends. It was abuse. It was a toxic,
It
abusive
was a toxic
relationship.
relationship. Yeah, it's a toxic relationship.
Not nothing that should be bought in front of a grand jury and all this extra shit that they got
Wasting
going on.
taxpayers' dollars.
It's a
with
waste
this
of
federal
taxpayers'
shit.
dollars and yeah.
Yeah, they waste taxpayers' dollars with this shit. Like we said, it's a state case at best. A domestic freakazoid state case. Yeah, right, Brett. It's all distractions from not the Trump shit is a distraction as well. Don't get it confused. There's levels to this distraction shit now. The real distraction is they trying to, it's the financial, the transition of the financial system.
What's the question that we avoid in veteran affiliate?
Now we don't duck no
I
questions,
see
y'all.
y'all avoided my question, so I assume the question is no.
Where?
What's the question?
Yeah,
What was the
you can ask
question?
the
'Cause I
question.
didn't see it.
Yeah, it's a lot of people like commenting in the chat, so
Yeah,
sometimes
what's the
we don't see
question
the
that
question.
you had? What's the question?
I mean, y'all can super chat your question now. Like,
Yo, you can't do that. We
yeah,
definitely see it if you
we
do
see
that.
it if you super chat your question. So if y'all want to support the channel on that way and also get y'all question seen, y'all could just super chat the question. Whether it's 99 cents, $1.99, $5.99, $10, $20, whatever you want to, you know what I mean? Get your questions because there's a lot of people typing in the chat, so we might not be able to see your question.
Yeah, right. Somebody said free Tory Lanez. Right, free Tory Lanez.
Yeah, with the evidence that show, yeah, definitely free Tory Lanez. And now I'm never that type of dude that be on some free somebody shit, but free that nigga, man.
Let's say, would you let your daughter date Diddy? Simple question. Y'all refuse to answer. Why would we want?
Yeah.
Why would we want our daughters in an abusive relationship? Of course, we wouldn't want. Nobody want their child in an abusive relationship, male or female.
Yeah, but if they're an adult and they choose to be in that, what
Yeah.
can you do about it?
Exactly. Now,
You gotta
of
understand something. If your adult daughter choose to be in that, then what you gonna do about it? Ain't shit you can do about that. You can call the police and do all that shit you want, but if she keep going back to the nigga, now Cassie left about 3 or 4 times on different occasions with Diddy and dated and messed with niggas while she was gone, but she chose to go back because nobody provided a better lifestyle for Cassie than Diddy did. Plus, she loved the nigga, man. We know Cassie's still in love with Diddy, man.
that question didn't necessarily had a power that he thought it would have. Of course, who would want their daughter or a son in an abusive relationship? Nobody.
Yeah, that question was like.
Of course. Yeah. I think she should have left, and when she did leave 3 or 4 times, she should have stayed.
She
left. But that show you that she did have the ability to leave, but she decided to go back. Now, if it was my daughter, of course I wouldn't want her to go back. I'd be like, at some point, I start getting mad at my daughter. Like, why you keep going back to that?
Yeah, like why you keep going back to this?
Why you keep going back to him if he's abusive? Why you keep going back? You left. You already left. You dating somebody else. Why you go back to him? Yeah, that question didn't necessarily have a power that you think it would have.
Yeah, that question, you probably should have just kept that question to yourself.
Yeah, now you sound like you're an agent in here. Now you sound like you're an agent. After a while, I'd be like, man, my daughter dumb as shit. She keep going back to that abusive nigga.
Exactly.
That'd be my mindset. I'm like, The first time he abused or put his hands on her, I would have to step in with that. But if she goes back after that, that's out of my hands because I ain't going to jail or getting killed behind some dumb shit that my grown adult daughter is doing.
Facts.
That my grown adult daughter is doing. You get it? That's called sober-minded thinking. Like, so that, like, yeah, that didn't have the power that you think that would have, buddy. Sorry. Yeah, I would call her a dummy if she went back 3 or 4 times after she left. Which means she had the ability to leave if she left 3 or 4 times already. 3
Yeah,
or 4 times, and she
yeah.
keep going back to the same abusive relationship. Yeah, she's dumb as hell. Anybody is dumb as hell who keep going back to an abusive relationship.
Yeah. Ain't nothing what you gonna do about it, man. I mean, that's your grown adult daughter or son
Yeah,
that
if it's
doing
a
that,
dog,
right?
now if it's a underage child, nah, something gonna be done about that.
Facts.
But as an adult, adult, what do you
Yeah,
do?
yeah, ain't
There's
nothing more to
nothing you
prove.
can do when your
Yeah,
child is an adult. You can't. Of course you're not gonna like the fact that they're with an abusive person. But what are you gonna do?
yeah,
Now, I wouldn't feel like I felt because I'm actively telling her
yeah.
dumb
We
ass
pretty.
not to go back for the 3rd time. If I'm actively telling my
Listen,
daughter don't go back for the 3rd time, I'm not taking responsibility for
nah.
that. I'm not doing that. Look, man, look, see, that's when it comes. See, that's where your mind
Listen,
have to be
listen. It's no
independent
more.
of what society tells you.
It's no more to explain. So
Yeah, right.
if you have a daughter that's in that predicament and she's dealing with an abusive, um, dealing with an abusive spouse or dealing with an abusive boyfriend, you tell her to leave. You tell her to leave. You give her all the because you can't force her to leave. What you gonna do? Lock her up? What you gonna do? Kill the dude and go to jail and put your own life in prison for that? Because you know what's gonna happen? You're gonna go to jail for life, and she's just gonna be going to the next abuser.
Exactly.
So you gotta understand. Or if you beat him up, you're gonna go to jail, and then she's gonna be right back there the next day. Now
Or
you,
you can end up getting hurt or killed
yeah,
from the abuse.
right. So you gotta
All those different
listen.
scenarios.
You gotta think. You gotta think now. You can't just act with your emotions. You gotta think, man. Now I understand you will get emotional if your daughter's getting abused by her boyfriend. And you're constantly telling her, leave the relationship. Stop dealing with this man. Leave this nigga alone. You're gonna get us all in trouble. Because we not gonna sit back and watch this nigga beat on you. So you want us to go to jail for this nigga. Stop going back to him. Because she's not only putting herself in harm's way, but she's also putting the family that's not going to sit back and watch her get beat up in harm's way. Then they gonna be going to jail or end up dead behind this shit.
Right.
So she's not even thinking about her family in the situation if she's keep going
Facts.
back. Y'all gotta understand what the hell, y'all gotta think. Yo, please think, y'all.
Nah, these are
Please
agents, bro.
think,
The people who can't think
please,
past that, they're agents. They're like
please think, man.
they're like generated by the Matrix. Like their
Please think,
minds
man.
are manufactured. Their minds are
You know what?
manufactured and they
Like
can't
I
think
said,
outside of what the Matrix.
yeah, like I said, most people on social media thinks along with the majority because they don't want to look like the eyeball not going along with the majority. But critical thinkers and people that actually think doesn't go along with the majority, nor do they care about going along with the majority. They have their own mind. They have their own critical thinking. They're not thinking like the rest of the way they want the majority to think. Because that's what the media, that's how the system gets us when they got everybody, the majority thinking alike. That's dangerous to think like that. That's dangerous to get everybody thinking the same. That's dangerous as shit. You gotta have people that got a mind to discern these things and think you know, have their own mind and actually can think critical, to actually know how to discern shit. So like we said, if your daughter dealing with an abusive man and she's refused to leave, she's putting all of y'all in danger. The
Right.
family that's not going to sit back and watch it happen, she basically going to end up getting you killed and going to jail for life behind her stupidity of not leaving this nigga. So she's not even thinking, she's only thinking about herself. And we're gonna end it there with that dumb shit, because we ain't even gonna keep addressing that.
Yeah, we ain't gonna keep addressing that
Yeah,
because
we ain't gonna stay on that, because it's other shit we could be talking about. We ain't staying on that.
shit, we talked about people saying cover the white pedals and all
We
that.
already
We
talked
already
about
talked
that.
about that. Just
We already,
rewind the drum.
yeah,
We talked about the Catholic Church, the Epstein list, the powerful monarchs, the politicians,
the
Michael
judges, the lawyers,
Jeffries.
right? Michael Jeffries or
We talked
Abercrombie.
about all of them
Yeah, like,
already.
yeah, you
We
probably just
talked
came in
about
here
all of
late.
that already. We said as far as like when it comes to abuse and all that type of stuff and being a scumbag, Diddy is definitely guilty of that. So we talked about, but the stuff that they trying to get him on, they don't have no evidence for.
Yeah, we gotta stick to the charges.
Arson, the
Yeah,
trafficking, the racketeering.
right.
They don't have no evidence on that, and all these escorts that's coming out and witnesses, they all said it was consensual.
Yeah, we gotta stick
That's the
to
facts.
what the
Is
charges
that not
are,
the facts?
and we have to, because maybe a lot of y'all probably wasn't covering, like, listening to the testimonies that was coming out or watching the testimony. A lot of y'all probably just going with whatever the media is pushing or whatever the comments and shit being taught. So if you was actually following the trial and with the, with the testimonies that was coming out, then you will understand that they didn't prove a lot of the charges that is being charged with. Like I said, if they want to charge them, it would be domestic shit or the transportation to engage in prostitution. As far as sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercing, or racketeering conspiracy, they haven't proved. There's no testimony has proven that. So we only sticking to the facts, y'all, and what came out in the testimonies and the charges. We're not going by the rumors and none of that shit.
And the interviews that
Nah,
the
they
male
didn't prove.
escorts.
They didn't. They didn't
Bro,
prove.
you see all them
No, they didn't.
interviews out there with the male
They didn't.
escorts, bro?
Yeah, they didn't prove Rico because it came out that he used his own personal credit cards. They didn't raid Bad Boy office. They didn't raid Bad Boy office for books, files, and shit. Bad Boy Enterprises never got raided. They only raided his homes. So, and they came out that he used his own personal credit card. So they didn't prove Rico at all. Rico is an organization act. That means Diddy will be on trial, and the rest of the Bad Boy Enterprises and the assistants and people that work with him will be on trial with him. That's called a RICO. It's an organization. It can't be no one man RICO.
R. Kelly was the first.
Oh yeah,
R.
R. Kelly
Kelly
was
was
the
the
first
one
one
man
man RICO.
Rico.
Yeah, R. Kelly was the first
R.
one
Kelly
man
was the
RICO.
one man Rico.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah.
That goes to show you right there. Like it's no justice in this system. A one man Rico is insane to me,
Yeah,
bro.
right. Like we said, we didn't
Exactly. What the hell is a one man Rico?
right,
Exactly. That's crazy. That's crazy that we even saying this.
right. Now we ain't denying that Diddy was a scumbag, abusive, control freak in that industry. I mean, we ain't denying none of that shit, but we're actually trying to stick to what he's being charged with, because you gotta think about it. They're saying he could face life. So if they could put a nigga in jail for life without evidence, bro, that's dangerous as shit. That's dangerous
That
to
is
all of us.
dangerous.
That means if we can be innocent on trial and we could go to jail for life behind some shit that we ain't even do, which is a lot of innocent people in jail doing life for some shit they ain't do.
That's called broken justice system.
Like, yo, we gotta think, man. Like, if they could do that to a nigga like that, then you know what they could do with us. Y'all gotta start. Y'all gotta tap in a little bit more, man, and start, expanding your minds a little bit more past what the media is trying to tell you. Like you got to go beyond the truth. There's truths behind the truth, and that's
Yeah,
what y'all niggas. I mean,
yeah,
y'all
it's
niggas,
illegal being a swinger, I guess.
that's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
it's
crazy if it's
illegal being a
illegal being a
swinger.
swinger. That's
It's
crazy, bro.
illegal. It's illegal to fly people out for sex too. So anybody who ever did that, you better watch your ass because a RICO is coming.
Facts. Yeah, it never came out that he was doing foul things with kids. Yeah, that would have been the first thing came out in trial. If he was
Facts.
messing with children and the feds had evidence this nigga was messing with children, that would have been the first thing they would have brought up. No children was mentioned in this trial at all because the feds ain't had nothing on that.
Somebody said, as a young adult, I served a year in county that doubled as a federal hold. I learned the Fed system will do whatever they want.
They
It
will.
isn't a justice system if they want to get you. Exactly.
Facts. Yeah, the feds do what they want. We know that.
They do what
We've
they want.
seen we've seen the feds in action doing whatever the hell they want. It's like the feds got the keys. Yeah,
That's
well,
because it's a
like you said,
tyrannical. That's a tyrannical side of the government. That's why.
yeah, like we said, the feds already knew who Diddy was before he was because his dad, Melvin Combs, was a big time drug figure in Harlem, which he was an informant for the federal. Yeah, I mean for the he was a federal informant, and he worked with the mafia, Frank Lucas. So they already knew who Sean Puffy Combs was through his dad. His dad was already, I mean, who he was. So they already knew who Diddy was. They already knew who Diddy mom was because she was the husband of Melvin Combs. Melvin Combs was a big figure in Harlem. So they already knew who this nigga was. So they approached this
Somebody
nigga
said
early.
Diddy's our hero. Somebody said you guys are biased because he's your hero.
Hero. What the hell is he saving us for? What the fuck he saving us from? How the nigga our hero? What are you saving us
You're
from?
a hero.
Right. Nigga said hero. What are you saving
A
us from?
hero. That's funny as hell. That was actually funny.
That's funny as hell.
A hero. Man, we actively said that the dude's a scumbag and we don't like how he handled business and he's abusive. He's an abusive scumbag.
Control freak.
Control freak. Yeah, we ain't saying that Diddy's a good guy. We just going off the case, the facts of the case.
Yeah, the facts of the case. Y'all gotta listen. We sticking to the facts of the case, y'all. Okay.
Yeah, I don't F with Diddy like that. I don't like that dude's
man.
personality.
If y'all know this channel, we done did tons of parodies with this nigga Diddy from 2017 up till now. Like we still doing parodies. We still doing parodies of the case. Like, come on now. Like we didn't clown this shit. And this nigga didn't seen our animation. This nigga seen us clowning him.
Yeah, he did.
Drink Champ, they didn't post the Drink Champs parody we did. They didn't post it all over Drink Champs. Diddy seen that shit? We've been clowning this nigga for years. So he's not our hero. If you know this channel, then you know we've been doing parodies on this nigga since 2017, 2018.
He's our hero. That's funny as hell.
Like
I ain't got no celebrity heroes.
Yeah, ain't no celebrity heroes over here.
Me, what the fuck?
Ain't no celebrity heroes over here. Sorry. We've been clowning this nigga for years with the parodies and shit. So that's for y'all that been following Night and Day Network for a very long time. You know what I'm saying? We've been clowning this nigga, bro.
Yeah, Diddy might. Yeah, somebody said Diddy is effed. Yeah, he. I think he is.
Yeah,
I don't think he's gonna get away from this, bro.
Yeah,
they gonna throw his ass in prison. Like 30 years.
You think they gonna give him that 30?
Hell yeah, they gonna give him that 30, bro. It ain't nothing he could do about it. Ain't nothing.
Get that R. Kelly special.
If R. Kelly got 30, if Tory Lanez got 10, and they barely had shit on Tory Lanez, nothing. They ain't really have nothing on Tory Lanez. Yeah, he's still in there, got stabbed up and everything. Bro, they ain't letting Diddy out.
Yeah. You think Yeah, I think it's people
They do
that's
what they want.
yeah, they're like the
They do
feds.
what they want, bro.
I don't know if this nigga stopped paying them or they doing a favor for Diageo and maybe some other higher up folks, or they just need to take the focus off Diddy so we won't focus on the higher ups that's doing more dark shit.
They
You know what
not,
I
yeah,
mean?
they not gonna
I
let
don't
him
know,
out.
bro.
They ain't
Yeah,
because they convict niggas on less. Think about it. The Fed, when they want to get you, bro,
yeah,
they get you.
yeah, bro.
And there's nothing nobody could do about it because who gonna say anything? That when the feds do something to somebody, you might as well say God did it.
Yeah, chalk it up.
Yup.
Yeah, you gotta chalk
Because
it up in the Fed.
that's how our judicial system is set
Now,
up, where the feds are
now,
always right, no matter what.
now,
That's how they get high conviction rates. Because
now he can get convicted, but he also can put that appeal in. You see what I'm saying? He can
yeah,
put
that
that
shit
appeal
don't
in.
usually go nowhere.
Yeah, I mean it depends. It depends, bro. I
It's
mean,
a small chance. I ain't saying it's
yeah,
not possible
yeah,
because
like
look at Bill Cosby. So it's a small chance, but it's
yeah, but
it's
Bill.
very rare.
Only difference is Bill shit was state.
Facts,
Bill shit
facts,
wasn't federal.
facts,
That's the difference.
facts.
R. Kelly shit was federal. Diddy shit federal. Bill Cosby shit was state. So it's a difference. It's a difference, bro. So they was able to get Bill out on the technicality because that's state. Now if the feds come after you and they want you, yeah, I mean you might have to take that shit up to higher courts or something, bro. Like did he get convicted and do life? He gonna have to take that shit. But the thing is, I feel like they want to break this nigga to the point he has no legacy left. That's what I think they aiming for. They want him to have no legacy left, nothing to leave behind for his kids, none of that shit, bro. They want this nigga broke. So if they throw him in jail, the appeal process is another thing he got to go through that's gonna financially break him. That whole appeal process. I mean, this nigga's still wealthy.
That nigga got bread, right?
Yeah, he's still wealthy, but they want to break this nigga as much as possible though. And they only taking back the power that they gave to this nigga anyway. They only taking back the power they didn't give to this nigga. That type of status is not by working hard in talent. That shit is given to him. That shit is given to you.
Somebody said, "What the Suns doing? What the Suns doing for the legacy? I'm not up on them. They doing songs with Ye
Yeah,
saying
Ye
he
just
free
produced.
Diddy,
Ye just produced King Combs' whole album.
right?
Yeah, he produced King Combs' whole album. I
Yeah,
mean,
right.
his sons do music. I mean, his daughters just graduated from college, so they probably gonna be doing. I mean, model. His daughters do modeling and shit. So you gotta understand their family is still in the entertainment world. His daughters do modeling. His sons, well, one of his sons is a performing artist.
Somebody said y'all sound weak now. I believe the brother worked hard for his shit. What do you mean we
No,
sound weak? We sound weak
I ain't
about what?
saying Diddy. No, I ain't saying Diddy ain't work hard, but I'm just saying we know billionaire status is that's some other level shit. That's
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people working hard. It's about what you get, the opportunities you get.
yeah, like the
Because
opportunities is
people
given.
think that working hard automatically means success or a person is successful because they work
Nah.
hard. That's not necessarily the truth
Yeah, yeah,
all the time.
you don't get opportunities. There's not many black millionaires, especially in the entertainment world. Those are specifically handpicked people that they gave an opportunity to.
Yeah, because you got people working hard out here and they barely able to make ends meet. You
Facts.
got people who work 2 or 3 jobs and still barely able to make ends meet.
You got people
But
that's
they not given the,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure those same people, if they was given the
I mean,
opportunity to get billionaire status based off their hard work. They would
Listen,
probably pull it off because they already hard workers.
yeah,
But hard work
right.
don't necessarily mean that you're going to be as successful as Diddy.
Yeah, not everybody is privy to a billionaire status
That's
within
what
that
we're
industry.
saying.
I mean, you got
You
niggas
gotta
that
be
been
presented
working.
that opportunity.
You got niggas that been working harder than Diddy that been in the industry longer than him, and they're not at a billionaire status.
Right.
And that might be by choice because they didn't want a certain opportunity given to them because with that industry it's a give and take thing with that industry. You gotta give up something to be put in a certain position. No Diddy. You gotta give something up. You know what I mean? So my thing is you got niggas like Denzel Washington that been in the industry longer than Diddy, working harder than Diddy. He ain't at a billionaire status. Now that might be by choice. But you got niggas that been
Yeah, I
working.
say niggas like Samuel Jackson work
Samuel
harder than
Jackson.
Diddy.
Yeah, like you got niggas that been in the
Niggas
industry
like
for
Samuel Jackson,
40,
he
50
barely
years.
turned down any role. You know
Yeah,
how many fucking movies
yeah.
and commercials and all this shit that Samuel Jackson did? And
Smokey
that didn't
Robinson
amount to
ain't
him
even a
being a
billionaire.
billionaire.
Smokey Robinson ain't even a billionaire. Goddamn Barry Gordy is not even a billionaire.
Yeah,
You got to understand what we saying here. These opportunities is given to these people, man,
facts.
because through endorsements and through their affiliates with certain individuals within that realm. You're just not going to earn a billionaire status by working hard and have talent. That shit is given to you on a status level by who you affiliate with and the opportunities that's given to you. Gotta hear what
That-
we saying here. If that was the case, it'd be a lot more black billionaires or
yeah,
white
based
billionaires.
on all the work we put in, we should be fucking billionaires at this
Right,
point.
right. The opportunity is given to them, man. A lot of that billionaire should be fake anyway, because a lot of that should just be moving money around, y'all be giving corporate accounts and shit like that. A lot of that should be fake status anyway.
Yeah, these niggas don't really be billionaires because they could take that status away from you in a day.
All
Look
right.
what they
They,
did to Ye. Ye
yeah,
was
they
a
took it away from
billionaire,
Ye,
lost that shit overnight.
and they gave Diddy the very next day. Forbes put Diddy on Forbes. Listen, people we saying here, the day that Kanye lost all his billionaire status, not even a weeks later, the very next day, Forbes put Diddy on the cover of the magazine as the next black billionaire. The very next day, not even 24 hours then it went past. We
That
watched
goes
that
to show
shit,
you
bro.
how fake it all is.
Yeah, we watched that shit, because we covered the shit. So we watching
Right.
it, and me and bro, like, bro, how the fuck they bumped Diddy up the very next day as a billionaire on Forbes? And
Fact.
the previous hit piece was Kanye is not a billionaire. He's only worth 400 million the day prior. So we like, yo, this shit fake, bro. This shit is faker than a $3 bill, my nigga. We peeped that shit. Y'all gotta understand, we pay close attention to details. The day before they announced Diddy being a billionaire on Forbes, the previous day, they announced that Kanye was not a billionaire anymore, but he's still worth 400 million. Y'all gotta peep how this shit is being set up, bro. And all that shit be fake anyway, man.
Hell yeah, it's all fake. That's why don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype.
Yeah, I agree. It's a spiritual warfare. Yeah, I agree. I mean, those, I don't think anybody's going to be able to skip universal law. You know what I mean? So I believe that thing that you do reap what you sow. No one is above. No one is above that. But everybody get it in their own. It comes back around with people in their own way. Some people
Yeah.
get it harsh. harsher than others. I mean, some people, God maybe punish you on a lighter side of things. But I feel like everything is for learning purposes. I tell you that. Learn your lesson, basically. Everything is for learning purposes. Yeah, whatever it is, yeah, whatever. God, whatever you want to call, whatever I mean, whatever, you know, religious practices you believe in. Yeah, but yeah, we gotta. All right, let me look up for. Let me see if any updates come out on on the deliberation, y'all.
In the meantime, y'all could definitely support if y'all want, by supporting, by liking this video,
Yeah,
sharing this video, and support our shop,
I big
nightandayherbals.com.
herbals. Yep, super
Yep.
chats, all that. Y'all can. There's many forms way y'all can support. I mean, if you need high quality products, definitely hit our shop up. 35% off on everything right now.
And our CBD is buy one get one free. We got very high quality CBD for those of
Yeah,
y'all looking for something to help you relax or something to help with pain and
insomnia,
inflammation in your
pain,
body, stuff that
inflammation.
work
Right.
with work for insomnia. We got CBD, high quality CBD, grown on small Amish farms, uh, highly fertilized dirt. You know what I mean? So it's a high quality product. We got CBD in the form of pre-rolls, vapes. We got herbal CBD cigarettes. So check us out. nightandayherbals.com is actually pinned to the top of the chat, and it's going to be in the description of this video. We ship pretty fast. Good customer service. Basically 5 stars on Google. So make sure y'all check us out. nightandayherbals.com. We had to sponsor our own show because the stuff we talk about. A lot of big corporations and YouTube, they ain't effing with what we talking about because,
It goes.
we
Yeah,
go
it goes
against the
against
grain.
it. It goes against these shit.
Yeah, we go against the grain, so we sponsor all of our own videos. For those of y'all who just finding us, y'all know we definitely sound different than everybody else. We
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
be like
yeah.
everybody
You
else.
can't be like everybody else.
Hell
Like,
no.
and that's the difference. Like, we might dig on topics a little bit more deeper than others. Other little live streams you come across. Like we said, we dig the truth behind the truth. We go by. I mean, the truth behind the truth. Like we lay out what the distractions is, all that shit. You know what I mean? And a lot of the shit we say, you can fact check. You can do your research, man. We ain't lying about what the Catholic Church doing. We ain't lying that other higher ups than Diddy should be on trial right along with this nigga.
Facts.
You know what I mean? It's people that's really doing sex trafficking with children and women against their will. The real Epstein list, not that fake ass Epstein list. They try to open the file. The feds try to open the files up
Right.
on. Now we talking about that shit with world leaders on there and shit like that. The real Epstein
And they
fucking
got them islands popping all over the place. Them
yeah, them
islands are
island,
real. You know what
yeah,
I'm
them
saying? The
Epstein Islands
squid
is
game,
everywhere.
they got shit going on like the squid games on them islands. They doing organ harvesting, they doing child peddle rings, all that on them islands. Using
Fact,
people spare parts on them islands, using people for
right,
entertainment on them islands, using those islands for drug production, major drug production.
right, the rat,
All
right.
type
None
of
of that
shit
shit.
on them islands that they got going on. It's not just Epstein Island. There's plenty of other islands that's not being talked about.
Exactly, smack. A lot of that shit ain't gonna make the media.
A lot of it ain't gonna make the
A
media.
lot of that shit they gonna make. And if they do make the media, they gonna give us down the water. They gonna give us the water down version.
Facts.
They gonna give us the surface level version of what they want to report on. 'Cause a lot of these CEOs of these publications are in a lot of shit themselves. I'm talking about like the real owners now. I'm talking about the real owners of these networks.
Right. They one of
Right.
the masked men going on a Squid
Right.
Game island, watching people play games to the death or fight to the death or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? People being held against their will, or some people there willingly because they can make some money, like the Squid Games. Any of y'all follow the Squid Games? They got shit like that going on these islands.
Fact. Like if you watch Survivor of the Game by Ice-T, a lot of y'all probably seen that movie, and probably a lot of y'all probably didn't. But go watch that movie, Surviving in the Game by Ice-T, and I think what's OG name from Menace Society that play what you call him, dad? What's his name again? Y'all know The Rock, the one that had the TV show The Rock.
Yeah, I forgot his
Dudley.
name.
I know I forgot his name, but y'all know what I'm talking about. But yeah, watch the movie Surviving in the Game by Ice-T, man.
Or they make a comedy out of it, like the movie Rat Race.
Yeah.
With Cuba Gooding Jr.
Kid
and all
Jr.,
of them. They got shit
Whoopi
like that.
Goldberg and all them in it.
Yeah,
Right.
Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah. Like a bunch of rich motherfuckers playing with people's lives. If they ain't got nothing else to
Yeah,
do.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, expect way more a lot of things to be exposed. But see, you gotta know how to discern what's being exposed. Yeah, Charles Dutton, thank you. Log 4293. Yup, Charles Dutton. Be careful how the mainstream media report on shit, because they're not gonna give you, they're gonna give you surface level shit. But you gotta be able to discern a lot of shit and actually, think outside the box when it comes to how the mainstream media reports. Because the mainstream media is owned by the very people that be into that dark shit. Now, it's really only 6 major publications that own all the media. I think it's like Disney, Paramount, Warner. Who else? It's only 6 major networks that own all the shit.
What,
That own
Universal?
everything. Universal's one. Yeah. Um, who else? That's 4,
I mean,
right?
it's like that with everything. All the industries are cornered. Even
Yeah,
it's
they
even like that when it
emerged.
comes to food production.
Yeah, they actually started emerging
It's
all.
like that with
Yeah,
everything.
with everything, right? They started emerging everything. Like even with social media, you see a lot of these platforms emerge with each other. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, TikTok. A lot of these. That's why all the apps is all. That's why you're able to have all the apps in one place. Because a lot of these, you got to look at how the boards is being ran.
It's a global
Yeah,
takeover
because
of
a
small
lot of
group
these,
of people, bro.
yeah, because a lot of these shareholders are actually invested in all this shit. So you can't just separate it and be like, all right, this is McDonald's, Wendy's is separated. Nah, it's a corporation of a collective of shareholders that's invested in all these corporations. So the same people that own Pepsi are the same people that own Coca-Cola, because on the board, they're all the same shareholders. There's no separation. The very same people that's invested in Amazon are invested in Walmart. It's the shareholders. And I ain't talking about just the regular day-to-day investor. I'm talking about the big major shareholders, the ones that sit on the board of these meetings and shit. You know what I'm saying? So McDonald's is owned by the same shareholders that Wendy's and the rest of these motherfuckers are. It be the same shareholders, man. BlackRock control all the accounts at all these goddamn corporations. BlackRock, Vanguard. What's the third one?
State Street.
State Street. These are all account holders of all the major corporations in the world. They monitor, and make sure all the accounts are on point.
Yeah, it's one big global agenda, man. It's like a lot of us don't see it because we were born into it.
Born into this
We
shit.
don't know what the right questions to ask or what to look for, and a lot of us just go off of rumors and what the media say.
Yeah,
Going off of just rumors and what the media say, you're going to be wrong 100% of the time. You ain't going to have no idea what's going on.
yeah. I mean, but when you do your own research and you actually start connecting the dots, then you'll pretty much see what is what, and you'll start seeing shit for what it is too.
And you
Start
know
seeing
who's
things
running
for
everything. Just see who's who's able to print up all the money.
the feds,
Who's able to enter money digitally into a system, infinite amount,
the
or
World
give
Bank,
out infinite loans or infinite this. Who's
the
able to
world,
do that?
the World Banks.
Because you gotta think about the World Bank. They decide who's going to be successful and who's not because they the ones that decide who gets the money.
The IMF, World Banks, the same World Banks that's putting together their agenda to build these smart cities all over the world. These which I call control grids, sectors. You know how we like to call YouTube sectors? The beef sector, the black tea sector, the car sector, the financial sector, the Angie Stone sector, the Jaguar Wright sector, all these sectors, they training our minds to accept this shit when they build these smart cities. They gonna sector our asses off into 15-minute radius. 15-minute radius. Everything is gonna be at your disposal in that 15-minute radius. All the shopping, all the stores, everything you need is gonna be in that 15-minute radius. These 15-minute smart cities. Do your research, man. Do what they say. Do your Googles. Look into the 15-minute smart cities, man. Shit, Saudi Arabia already building their shit in the sand already. I think Japan, they smart city. They building smart cities in Africa, and they using using digital money to do it. They using digital crypto money to do it. This the new. This is the new world that we going into. F all this little Diddy shit, man. This Diddy shit small time. This shit is small potatoes. I mean, this Diddy shit is small potatoes, man. They got us focusing in on this dumbass shit with this nigga Diddy. Like I said, I don't give a shit about this shit, but I understand it's part of the program, so we're gonna talk about it because it's all part of the same agenda.
That's exactly what it is. The
So Trump will
agenda.
hold down Diddy Wiseman. Man, Trump don't give a goddamn about no Diddy right now. That's at least on his agenda. Trump trying to make sure he benefit off this new financial system. He don't care nothing about no damn Diddy. He trying to make sure his future secure, which all of y'all should be doing. All of y'all should be focusing on securing your future. Man,
It's a game.
F this nigga Diddy. Where are you gonna fit at in the vast of things? Where are you gonna fit at in the future?
It's a
What
game, bro.
you know what I mean?
They got us all playing a game out here.
Right. Like where are you gonna fall into place in the future? Like is your shit secure? Are you catching on to what's going on? Or are you gonna be a person that's just left behind? That's what you gotta start. You gotta start worrying about yourself and tap into what the fuck you doing, and ask yourself, all right, let me focus on what's really going on, and where do I fit at in this shit? Where do my family fit at? How is this shit gonna affect my family? How are we gonna advance? How are we gonna make it back through this shit? See, that's the distraction. The real distraction is distracting you from your own self. That's the real distraction. Distracting you from your own self. They want you to put all your energy into shit outside of yourself. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that's what bro say all the time. Unfortunately, a lot of people gonna be left behind. Bro say that shit all the time, yo. A lot of people ain't gonna make it. A lot of people gonna be left behind because of the ignorance. Because of the ignorance. And I ain't saying ignorant as in stupid people. I'm saying ignorant as in left in the dark. You don't know what's really going on because you're paying attention to surface level bullshit. So the more you give your energy to surface level bullshit, the more you put yourself at a deficit. Not only physically, but spiritually as well. Yeah. Yeah. The more they keep you focused on this shit, the more you spiritually in debt. Because you don't know what the hell's going on. You don't know what's going on. Sometimes you gotta tune a lot of this shit out and start focusing it, more on yourself than anything. Because they have your energy all caught up in this shit. And that's the main objective. How much can we distract the people and get their energy, encapsulate their energy into this nonsense? Yeah, so they had you focusing on Diddy all the goddamn time. If they left it up, if they left it up to the people would be focused on Diddy all damn day. Should be crazy, bro. All right, we waiting on this deliberation, trying to see what come up out of this, out of the updates and shit. Yeah, probably like around, yeah, like it's probably just around this time, 12 o'clock Eastern is when they start, you know, um, releasing the updates and shit. They be going on lunch break and all that. Yeah, they saying life, bro. Yeah, they saying if convicted of all charges, he gonna do life. They gonna give him life.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hey, you never know. You never know when it comes to the feds. They ain't
Hmm.
it seem like they ain't really gotta have much on you for you to get convicted of life.
Yeah,
They could force some things to be just so you could get life. Like
yeah,
I
yeah,
feel like they reaching with most of this stuff, but
yeah.
you know,
Facts.
they reaching.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, make sure y'all stay tuned in, man. Make sure y'all stay tuned in. Like we said, we got 35% off on our night and day herbal shop. We sell CBD, sea moss, detoxes. Yeah, I mean all of that. 35% off right now. The link is pinned to the top. We definitely appreciate all of y'all support. We've been at this herbal thing for like 6, 7 years now. 5 stars on Google. We ship pretty fast. So anybody who's into the CBD or anything like that, or sea moss or something, I mean, make sure you hit us up.
Yeah, health. If you into your health,
CBDherbal.com.
yeah, if you into your health, yeah, definitely check out our site out. Yeah,
We got to sponsor our own. We got to sponsor our own show. because the stuff we talk about, y'all see, it's not
They
too
don't be happy.
popular.
Nah, we don't talk about the popular shit. Yeah, we ain't yeah, they don't the shit we talk about ain't, the truth ain't really popular anyway.
Nah, it's not.
Yeah, the truth ain't popular at
People
all,
want to
bro.
be lied to.
Shit crazy.
People want to be lied
Unfortunately.
to, and
Yeah,
when the truth,
unfortunately.
I guess the truth is not. I don't know. The truth is just something that people like to stay away from because it shatters the illusion.
Yeah, the illusion, right. Right. A lot of people want to, want their minds to be psyched out by this, by the mainstream shit. Because when you get to the absolute truth of things, then you kind of take on more accountability and responsibilities. And most people don't want that accountability. They don't want to be held accountable for any goddamn thing. But it all catches up with you for the ignorance though, because you're in the dark. You constantly in the dark, so you don't know what's going on. So that probably could destroy you more than anything. Is being left in, being in the dark and being ignorant of what's really going on. That probably could hurt you more than anything. Shit, even the scriptures talk about my people going to perish because their lack of what is it? A lack of
Lack
wisdom,
of knowledge,
lack of
lack of,
knowledge and wisdom.
yep, lack of, yep.
Yeah, and that's real shit. Because if you don't know what's really going on, you in the dark about shit, so you don't even know how to handle things when certain things come up or certain things happen. You don't know how to handle it because you wasn't privy to the information. And I feel like everybody got their day. Everybody got their day where they're gonna wake up. I mean, I don't feel like, but that's some shit you gotta want though. Yeah, I mean, like you gotta be a person that's a truth seeker that want to know the truth. Like if it's not in you, if it's not in your mind and in your heart to know the truth, then you're never gonna find it. You're gonna be locked out of that. So that's some shit within your own desire to know the truth. Like all things will be revealed to you if you desire the truth, then the truth will be revealed to you. But if you're a person that don't care about the truth and your heart don't really, your mind and your heart is not on that, then of course you're gonna be locked out of that because you're not on that frequency to want to know the truth.
That's true.
You know what I mean? You're not gonna find truth in some shit that you ain't, gravitating towards. So that's just how the cookie crumble. I wanted to get into this stuff, but we still waiting on.
Power,
I
violence,
mean, I
and
think the
fear to
updates will
carry
be
out
coming out
brutal
soon.
crimes. That's what a prosecutor told a jury today at the music mogul's sex trafficking trial during closing arguments. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen with more details.
Prosecutors spent hours summing up the sensational month-long trial of Sean Diddy Combs. They say the music mogul actually ran a criminal enterprise, sometimes using his employees to commit arson, kidnapping, bribery, and sex trafficking. Much of the case centers around Combs' former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and another who went by the alias Jane. The jury saw evidence like photos of guns found in Diddy's home, shocking video showing him dragging Ventura through a hotel hallway, and this voice message he sent to Jane.
I don't have no time for no games, baby girl. Me and you could be mad, I could have a spat, we could have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really, that's all it is.
Prosecutors say fear and intimidation allowed Combs to abuse the women for years, subjecting them to the now infamous hotel sex marathons called freak-offs. 34 witnesses were called to the stand, some under subpoena. The defense used lengthy cross-examinations to try to undermine the case, arguing while there was domestic abuse, that Combs did not commit federal crimes. Diddy did not take the stand.
I'll tell you, worse than not calling anyone is calling people who are not all that helpful to you and may backfire against you. So it could have just been merely a function of they don't have anyone who might support this man.
Diddy's defense team is expected to make their closing arguments tomorrow. The jury will likely begin deliberations Friday or Monday. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thanks so much. In the meantime here, let's talk about someone who has been guiding us through this trial each and every day through 34 witnesses over several weeks. It's, of course, Nima Rahmani, former federal prosecutor and legal analyst. Nima, good to see you here. It's getting close to the end, I would imagine. Let's talk, though. I want to get into the prosecution's closing arguments. How compelling will the jurors find the arguments being proffered by the prosecution in closing, do you think?
I thought they were very compelling, Andrew, and some arguments were better than others. And it's not what Assistant U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic said, but when she said it. And it's interesting that she started with racketeering, because we know that prostitution is in the bag. I mean, there's plenty of evidence of that. But if the government gets just a prostitution conviction and they lose on sex trafficking and racketeering, that's a tremendous loss for the Department of Justice. This will be the most expensive prostitution trial in the country. So racketeering is critically important, maybe the most important charge here, Andrew, because it's much more readily provable than sex trafficking. Sex trafficking is shaky at best, and I'm sure we're going to get into it. But Assistant U.S. Attorney Slavic started with racketeering, and she started with the most readily provable racketeering act, which is drug distribution, because you can get to racketeering through many different ways. But she started by talking about all the drugs that were seized when agents raided Combs's Los Angeles and Miami homes. And drug trafficking is, of course, a racketeering predicate act, but so is kidnapping. And she talked about the instances where Combs kidnapped Cassie Ventura and Capricorn Clark. He infamously had people take her to an office day after day after day and hook her up to a lie detector test. She was one of Combs's assistants. Then she talked about bribery, the $100,000 that was paid to the hotel security to get a copy of that infamous video that we've seen so many times. Then she moved on to arson. And then she started talking about some of the more challenging arguments, such as forced labor and sex trafficking, once she believed that she had shored up the racketeering count, which is so critical in this case.
So I think I've asked you this before going into the trial, just kind of the rationale for the RICO statutes there in New York. If you're a juror sitting there and listening, kind of grappling with the racketeering question, does it have to be a mixed bag or the whole thing? Do you have to get Diddy on everything that amounts to racketeering, or one here and there, talking about kidnapping, arson, drug distribution, and the like? Does it have to be all encompassing, or they maybe can pick it one off the shelf or two?
They can pick and choose. They have to unanimously agree. They just need 2 or more racketeering acts within a 10-year period. And something Slavic said today is she acknowledged the elephant in the room. Racketeering is typically used for the mob. The statute was passed in the early 70s. Then they started using it for street gangs, and I used it for drug cartels. You don't typically see racketeering in a sexual assault, sexual abuse case, but it's a very powerful statute, Andrew, and it's very broad. It can bring in a lot of people, a lot of evidence, and importantly, a lot of potential crimes into the case. So what am I talking about? It can bring in state charges. So things that aren't even federal charges at all, such as the kidnapping under California and New York law. It can bring in the arson. It can bring domestic violence, assault, things that are completely barred by the statute of limitations. We know, for instance, California, where I'm sitting in Los Angeles, is a 5-year statute of limitations on the domestic violence that we saw in 2016. So by bringing all that evidence in, you can have a pattern of racketeering involving these other crimes without having the mob, shaking someone down and extorting someone.
So, Nima, let's talk about the defense and what their strategy may be for closing arguments. And lest we forget, the defense rested their case extremely quickly in just not even, a matter of hours a couple of days ago here. So what will the tack they will take?
The defense is going to focus entirely on consent. And you're right, Andrew. It was a very short defense case. Really no witnesses. What the defense did was really 2 things. They put in more messages from Cassie and Jane to Combs and the sex workers, where Cassie and Jane, they were coordinating with the sex workers. They were paying them through Zelle and Cash App. And Combs is a very smart individual. And to the extent that he was committing sex trafficking, he was having his victims set it all up. That's going to be part and parcel of the defense's argument tomorrow, that these weren't victims at all. They were knowing and active participants. They enjoyed it. There's a reason the defense spent so much time playing the freak-off videos themselves. And of course, you and I don't know what is on those videos, just the jurors saw them. But I'm speculating that a lot of the videos showed women who seemed to be enjoying themselves sexually. There was even some discussion of whether they were orgasming and whether those orgasms were fake or real or not. Because when it comes to the sex trafficking, what Combs reasonably thought is important. If he thought they were consenting, that is a defense in the case. He doesn't have the mens rea, or he doesn't have the guilty mind that's necessary for a conviction when it comes to sex trafficking. Now, of course, the prosecution tried to rebut all that today, and they went through different categories of control. Of course, they talked about physical violence.
Yeah.
They talked about Combs pushing drugs on the victims. They talked about the financial coercion, right? If you don't cooperate, I'm not going to pay your rent. They talked about the extortion, holding the videos of the sex tapes over their head, right? If you don't play ball, guess what? I'm going to send these sex tapes to your mom's employer. I'm going to send these sex tapes to the father of your child, for Cassie and Jane, respectively.
Nima, I have to ask this. Can you read the tea leaves at all about timing, the length of closing arguments? Prosecution went hours today. Like I said, though, the defense rested their case in a matter of, an hour? Does that spell anything into how they will approach their closing arguments? Because prosecution, they'll get a rebuttal to them no matter what.
They will. Mark Ignifilo, who's obviously very high profile, well-known defense lawyer, his wife is representing Luigi Mangione, who we've talked about a lot. Look, the fact that the defense spent so little time in their case in chief leads me to believe that they have reasonable doubt.
That's another thing, that the Diddy law firm, the law firm that's representing Diddy, also representing Luigi Mangione. So they got the two biggest cases in New York.
Psyopy type shit to me. I'm
Hey,
sorry. It's very psyopy.
You notice that? Like they got the Diddy trial and Luigi Mangione. They got the two biggest trials in New York, bro.
Crazy.
That law firm, sheesh. That law firm must got, I mean, status like a bum. They got two of the biggest trials in New York, and all them trials is over 100 million. Yeah, I mean, those ain't no itty bitty trials, bro. Yeah, that's crazy, ain't it? They got two biggest cases. I don't know what y'all think is gonna happen with Diddy, yo. I need y'all in the comments, man. Guilty or not guilty? What y'all think this outcome gonna be for this Diddy trial, man? Guilty or not guilty? Y'all type in the chat. I should have did a poll and shit. Should have did a poll.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Somebody really powerful might make sure Diddy don't never leave that prison, whether he's guilty or not.
Yeah, and then it could be attempts on his life too.
Right.
Like, that's another thing. There could be some life-threatening attempts on his life while he in there too. We just seen R. Kelly get life-threatening attempts on his life while he in there. We see Tory Lanez get stabbed up in that joint. He almost didn't make it. So, what you think they'd do with Diddy, knowing that he know all the information that he knows, or they just want him going? Period. Possibility of him being able to, expose certain information about certain people.
His life might be in danger.
Yeah, we know Diddy got some. We know he got some tapes hidden, buried some damn where.
I mean, they just try to take Tory Lanez out and R. Kelly. What makes you think Diddy's safe?
Facts.
Remember, they took Prodigy out too.
Yeah, don't forget they took Prodigy out in the hospital while he was in the hospital.
While he was in the hospital, so
dealing with his sickle cell and shit. They say he choked on an egg. Now that man was, I believe that man was suffocated, or they slipped something. He was suffocated, or they slipped something in his grub. They slipped something in Prodigy grub, bro. Prodigy was exposing a lot of shit, bro. He was And the thing about it is, a lot of people started listening to Prodigy because when he went on Alex Jones. That's like 5-6 million listeners, and that's a different demographic. So when he went on Alex Jones shit, that really put the eyes on him. That really put the eyes on Prodigy when he went on Alex Jones show, bro.
I think so too.
Yeah, because they
That was
already,
big.
yeah,
That
because
was
they was,
big when he went on
yeah,
there.
because they was already watching Alex Jones from the Inside 9/11 shit, Inside Job shit, and all that. Even before that, and Prodigy went on there spilling a lot of shit from within the industry, things he didn't witness himself with his own eyes, him being pulled over by the hip hop police and them trying to get him to rat out other entertainers in the industry and shit like that. So
Right.
yeah, Prodigy was spilling that shit pissed Prodigy off after that. After he really seen how they was targeting him and other that shit pissed that nigga off, bro. Cause they was trying to get him to snitch on 50 Cent. They was planting shit in their car, and all that. That shit pissed that nigga off, bro. So he just went on a rampage and exposing everything. So I believe they suffocated Prodigy in that hospital.
It's crazy, man.
Or put something in his food.
And they tried to drug R. Kelly, right?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they doubled up on R. Kelly medication on purpose.
Right
Yeah,
after he said they was attempting to take his
yeah,
life.
yeah. Like he took the medication and all of a sudden his heart, his heart started racing fast and he started feeling funny. So like basically on the brink of a heart attack. They couldn't. He had to get rushed out of the prison. Like they couldn't even handle what he was going on in the hospital, the prison hospital. They had to actually drive him out of the prison and take him to, an emergency room because he's on the brink of a heart attack after they didn't doubled up. They even doubled up on his medication or they spiked his shit.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Then they try to hire an Aryan Nation dude to basically take him out.
Yeah, Diddy might not even make it out of there, y'all.
Yeah, facts.
I mean, he
Yeah.
he could be found not guilty, but still not make it out of there.
And not only that, he's still, even if he get out, he's still a target.
Still a target. Yeah, because why they wait till now to get him all on all these weak charges if he been doing this for like the last 30 years?
Something happened within.
Something had to happen.
Yeah, something happened behind the scenes. Shit that we ain't privy to. I mean, because you have a guy that's a gatekeeper of one of the most powerful individuals within the hip hop entertainment industry or the entertainment industry period. Diddy went on Revolt TV and said, "I reached a certain part and I'm at war. I'm at war with people at the top." That's he basically said he was at war with the people that's above him. And he said they was coming after him, Jay-Z. They was suing Jay-Z as well for and he was, so he spoke on that shit. Then he was talking about starting his own political black party, which means Diddy had some shit going on at the top with some very powerful people that's above him. And Diddy got too high for his own bridges, bro. He got too smart for his own bridges. He got too big. He got too arrogant at that. Like, nigga, you trying to bite the hand that feeding you, nigga. Like, how you gonna go against the niggas that's giving you the opportunity and the money? How you gonna try to use their money to go against them? That don't make sense. They paying you 60 to 80 to $100 million a year, and you trying to use that money to go up against them. Where the hell did he do that at? How that even make sense?
And that's what people ain't seeing.
Do I need to play them Jones again for y'all to let me pull these Jones up? Because a lot of y'all probably ain't really listened to these Jones, seen them, or if y'all did, y'all probably ain't listened closely to what he was saying. So let me see if I can pull these up for y'all because this nigga obviously was in a battle with some people that was at the top, and he thought I don't know, Diddy thought he was so much of an influence and had so much power that he was able to basically create a system to go against them, and that never works out, bro, because they the ones that made you, nigga. You can't go against the same very people that made you. Now, if your shit was grassroots, I mean, they probably still took you out, but you would have been more of a martyr, like on some Martin Luther King, Gandhi, uh, Malcolm X type shit, JFK type shit. You would have been more of a martyr. But nigga, you try to go against the very people that made you, nigga. That ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work, bro. Same thing with Martin Luther King. He went up against the very people that made him. At the end, when he was talking about going to White House and getting them checks that was owed. Like he was the whole civil rights movement. We know that shit was psyope anyway, and funded by both sides of the same people that love to fund both sides of the war. So all that shit that happened within that civil rights shit, a lot of them niggas start waking up to what was really going on. Now a lot of y'all might be like, JR, you talking crazy. But nah, when you go back and look at those pictures of Martin Luther King standing with Rockefeller and the Rothschilds at this event, at this function, then you'll understand what the hell I'm talking about. Why would Martin Luther King be over there standing with the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers? Obviously, that money they was funding the goddamn civil rights movement. I don't know. Maybe we talking too much on here. I don't know. But all that shit public knowledge though. All that shit public record. So
Yeah, they don't like us talking like that.
Yeah, they don't
That's
like
why
us
we
talking
get
like that.
shadow banned. That's why our channel gets suppressed and shadow banned.
And the thing it'd be shit that be already public. That be out there already, which is crazy. All right, so let me play this for y'all that might have missed it. Listen to the shit he's talking about on this John. Let me know if y'all can hear it too. Hold
on. But there's a level that you get to, and you're successful.
Volume good.
And you get to the point of being successful as a black person. There's this thing that kicks in. There's this jealousy that kicks in. There's this fear that kicks in. Then they start to burn things down. Then they start to take the money out the Freedom Bank. Then they go back on the 40 acres and a mule. Then we don't deserve our worth. So even Hov, Jay, none of us are immune to it. He had to sue Bacardi to get his worth. Like they make us at the next level. You think that you've overcome everything. Oh, I finally made it. And then there's a whole nother army up there that is there to try to push you down the hill. And that's why from being at the mountaintop, I could come back down and tell y'all the only way out of this is if we can unify and combine our forces, because what's waiting for you up there yo, that's
Nah, nigga, don't talk that unity shit now, nigga. Nope. See, that's what I'm saying. See that shit he start talking. Suing Diageo, he even talked about Jay-Z suing Bacardi to get his work. Now Bacardi, we know all that shit is owned by Diageo anyway. So it's still the same people. You think they ain't gonna spin the block back on Jay-Z? Yeah, Diageo gonna spin.
Possibility.
Yeah, it's possibility that Diageo can spin the block on all these niggas that, you know what I mean, that try to go up against them. Now Diddy said, you heard what he said out of his mouth. We need to unify. He's not talking about the general black people or anybody that nigga talking about industry niggas. He trying to unify industry niggas to go, you know what I mean? And then, of course the public, they want the public involved too, because that, they try to persuade the minds to not, buy their shit anymore. So that kind of like, you know, lesser their stocks and shit and all shit like that. But you hear this nigga talking about unifying against the very people that put him in position. This nigga said he reached the mountaintop and realized it was a whole nother army up there that he had to go against. Yeah, but you going against them with the money that they put you in, the position they put you in, and the money they was paying you every year. You're trying to use that, your money and your influence, to go against the same people that put you in position. Now y'all understand why he's in court right now.
They about to take his ass out regardless of whether he's guilty or not. This just to weaken him. This proper. I feel like this is a smear. This whole case is a smear campaign because it's going to damage his legacy no matter what.
Right.
And then, I mean, whether they let him out or not, that ain't gonna matter. He could still be a target afterwards.
Right. Facts.
If you
So
think
y'all
about it.
Yeah. So we just wanted to point that out to give y'all understand of why this nigga in the position that he in now, why he's caught up in court, and the possibility that his life could be in danger because this shit right here he was talking.
Mind
Not
you,
only
he's a
talking,
billionaire
but he was
talking
doing.
like that.
Yeah, like. So they felt like he became like an uppity nigger that got
There you go. That's it.
basically arrogant. He's arrogant, uppity nigger to them.
You uppity nigger.
Yeah, that's how they looked at it. Like, oh, you's an uppity nigger that don't know your place, boy. That don't know
Willie
your place.
Lynch.
Yeah.
See, this is what the Willie Lynch do when the slave get out of hand. Yeah, I mean, this is what they lynch. So this is a public lynching.
Public lynching. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what happens when a slave and the Willie Lynch letters, when they get out of hand,
they whip your ass in front of all the other slaves.
Humility.
Yeah, they hang you. They whip your back in front of all the other slaves. Now, who's the other slaves? The very same entertainer and celebrities that's being put in the media as well, and the ones that's running scared. They whooping Diddy ass. They whooping Diddy. Diddy is Toby right now. They whipping the shit out of his back in front of all the other slaves, and they running scared right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's that Willie Lynch. Let's call it what it is.
Facts. They telling y'all uppity niggas better stay in y'all place, or y'all gonna suffer the same fate he is. So they coming out talking that we gotta unify and we gotta, you know what I mean? Nah, they ain't a lot of them. You see a lot of them remaining quiet. Jay-Z ain't talking that shit. Beyonce ain't talking that shit. Tyler Perry ain't talking that shit. But them niggas are still being targeted though.
And you realize none of the other celebrities is supporting Diddy.
No.
You see that? That goes to show you right there that this is a lynching. Make sure all the other rich celebrities, all his old friends, none of them is coming out supporting Diddy, saying, yeah, Diddy, I mean, we standing with Diddy. We ain't seeing none of those. That show y'all something right there. That should tell y'all something right there.
Right. I gotta see. We still got that. You know what? We black out here.
They don't want to lose. They don't want to lose their. They don't want to lose their celebrity status or their legacy or they endorsement deals, they brand deals. They don't want to lose any of that. So none of them is going to support Diddy because they just sitting back watching him get lynched and realize, oh, I don't want to be next.
Facts. Damn, where it at? I gotta find it. I know it's still on this, John.
That goes to show you it ain't no real friends.
There you go. I'm gonna go ahead and run this clip. Make sure y'all double tap the screen, hit that like button, man. We approaching the 3-hour mark.
Yeah, this
We
is
need
what the other celebrities are saying.
We black out here. We can't come out here and do it any kind of way we want to.
He own you. He can do anything he want with you. There ain't nothing you can do
The
about
money game. This ain't the black man's game. This ain't the white man's game. This is the money game.
Scratching and scrambling most of my days to get where I got.
Not sacrifice yourself. The best thing you can do for poor people is not be one of them.
Now, I eats in the big house kitchen. I got pine boards on the floor of my cabin.
If I crumble, my children crumble, my grandchildren crumble.
And it don't take much coughing for the master to make me have a cup of corn whiskey for my medicine.
I cannot, for the sake of my integrity, stand up here and let everybody that's counting on me crumble so I can make a statement.
Now that is fine living for a nigga, and I'll be damned if any African Guinea man is gonna make me lose all I've been working for. Now you take my meat.
There are ways to win the war in a different way.
Better learn. You best learn, or you gonna get the bloody back for sure.
You gonna get the bloody back for sure. Yeah, that's what them house niggas telling these niggas, bro. Yeah, nigga trying to get free. Nigga ain't no getting free, nigga. To get free from that industry, you have to give up all that shit that you that they gave you, and you still might not make it out alive. You can give up all that shit.
So in my mind, what I see Diddy being held down by a slave master, getting his ass whooped, and all the people standing around watching it ain't saying nothing. Khaled, French, Montana. Yeah, I see all them niggas, all his friends, all his old friends, Oprah,
TD
Stakes, Rick Ross.
Rick
see
Ross,
all these niggas just standing around, just watching him get his ass whooped.
Beyonce's,
Yup, Kevin Hart, yup,
Usher,
Snoop.
Snoop.
I just see all these niggas just standing around watching him get his ass
Yeah,
whooped,
get
lynched,
hoping they ain't next.
that they ain't next.
Yep, hoping they ain't next.
Like that's what I see in my mind.
That's what I'm seeing too, bro. I've been seeing that. That's what we've been seeing the whole time. Hoping that they ain't next. Getting the blood.
Fat Joe.
Yep, Fat Joe. Bloody back for Joe.
Watching.
But they not exempt though, because them niggas is being targeted too.
Right. Yeah, I actually see a lynching. It's like it's that Willie Lynch.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the kids got to sit back and watch their dad get torn apart.
Yep, get their back. Yep.
Yep. He getting his back blown out like Cassie was getting hers blown out by the Punisher.
By the Punisher and shit, right? All right.
That's what it is.
Well, shit. Did he get free? That nigga better lead the country. His best bet just to go ahead and lead the country, bro. Go over there in Bali with Russell Simmons, do some yoga. Use some yoga.
Some hot yoga. You could do some hot yoga. You could do
hot
cold yoga. There's hot yoga. There's cold yoga.
Cold yoga.
And then yoga. We got all different kinds of yogas.
Yeah, you got to go over there and do yoga. Do yoga with with Russell Simmons and shit, bro. Yeah. They're gonna have to leave, bro. They go over there and do that yoga. Fold your legs up, sit in the goddamn Rafiki position and shit.
Oh,
yeah, I gotta go over there and sit like Rafiki and shit from the Lion King. Meditate, eat tofu and leaves and lettuce and all that shit them niggas be eating over there.
Yeah,
bro.
Crazy.
You gotta go ahead and live
or
over there.
Go to Japan with Ye.
Yeah, go to
You
Japan.
want to do yoga? You can go to Japan with Ye. You know
Ye be in like Japan, Italy. Like he be back and forth to like Italy, Japan.
No, he can't go to Italy. His enemies is he.
Oh yeah, he can't.
Diageo and all them. Yeah, he can't go to Italy.
Right.
He'd be safer in an Asian country.
Yeah, it'd be safer in an Asian country or South American country or some
Right.
shit like that. Yeah. Hey man, go to Cuba. They might protect you.
Or Russia.
Yeah, go to Russia. They'll protect you. Go to Russia, Cuba. I mean,
Yeah, things ain't looking good for Diddy. I'm gonna be honest with you. He might not make it out of there, yo. That's just my take on it, cause
yeah, he might not make that
yeah,
shit,
he
bro.
might not make it out of there. Whether he guilty or
Fact,
not.
facts.
Yeah, we
Yeah, he
definitely
might
gonna
not
keep
make it.
y'all updated, man. Make sure
Yeah,
y'all head over to Night and Day Herbals if y'all want to support. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Two
Support the shop,
entrepreneurs like
y'all.
us. Yeah, we independent.
Support
Y'all see the
independent
shit we talk.
entrepreneurs
We
like us,
ain't
man.
endorsed by nobody.
Yeah, support independent business, man. Two black brothers doing their thing. We in the cannabis space. We sell high quality skincare, hair care products. I mean, sea moss, detox things, stuff for pain, stuff for wound care, everything, man. Check our shop out, 90dayherbals.com. The link in the description, pinned to the top. Let me drop the link again for y'all. Man, go over there
Drop
and
the
support our
link.
shop, man. Support that independence, man. Cause y'all can go to the corporations and buy poison any goddamn where, but these
Facts.
products is exclusively made by other people that we network with that make high quality products, man. Effective
Right.
high quality products. This shit you ain't just gonna find this shit in any store or anywhere.
Facts.
Not your local Rite Aid, your CVS, your dollar store, your Walmart. None of that shit. You're gonna get, you know what I mean, high quality products. That's why we don't mass produce. So this stuff run out pretty fast too. So
And we got the 35% off and the
yes, 30,
CBDs, buy one, get one free. So make sure y'all go over there and check that out. We got high quality pre-rolls and
let me just
high
go ahead and go to the
quality
site real
CBD
quick.
cigarettes, vapes. We got
Right.
loose leaf CBD. So make sure y'all
All right,
check
this
us out, man.
this our website right here. So y'all can come over here and check us out. CBD cigarettes and flour, all naturally high quality CBD.
All our stuff is
Pre-rolls.
organic too. We don't use any like synthetic chemicals and none of that in our
No,
even like the paper that's used on the pre-rolls is like hemp paper. So it's like
yeah, it's hemp. Right.
yeah, it's hemp
Got the
paper, which is
vapes.
actually very healthy compared to tobacco stuff.
Right.
Yeah, it's very high quality.
Sea moss teas, detox drinks, soaps, lotion, body oils. I mean, check us out. We even got stuff for hair growth, your edges, or you know what I mean, dealing with, hair loss or anything. You just want to thicken your hair back up. Definitely get the organic strength hair growth serum with sea moss, fenugreek, and rosemary. We got all types of herbal soaps, body oils. You know what I mean, shampoos and conditioners as well. So check out our website, man. 90dayherbals.com. Independent, 5 stars on Google.
We've been at it
Yeah,
for like 6 years, so we definitely certified. 6-7 years. We've been
yeah,
at it, so we definitely
yeah. We approaching
certified.
7. Yeah, yeah. We approaching 7. Well, 6, like around 6 years. Yeah, man. You said what's going on for real? And a lot of shit going on for real. Besides this Diddy case, man, y'all gotta start looking into the new financial system, man.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do another whole live stream about that.
Yeah, yeah. Yo, subscribe to our main channel too, Night and Day Network, man. Subscribe to our main channel because we about to put in some work over there as far as talking about the real shit, what they doing with the food, what the government doing with the food, the financial system. You know what I mean? Spirituality. We gonna get into some deep shit on there, man. Night and Day Network. We got our main channel back. They actually terminated our shit. It was terminated for like 2 years and a half, and then we got it back. You know what I'm saying? We got our channel back. So with 200 some thousand subscribers on there. So definitely subscribe to our main channel. That's Night and Day Network LLC.
And subscribe to our cartoon channel also.
Oh
We
yeah,
covered the Diddy trial on that in animation form.
yeah. We covered the trial. an animation form on Night and Day
Pixar
Cartoon Network.
animation.
Yeah, Pixar style animation, Night and Day Cartoon Network. Yeah, so we got a lot of big channels and shit, a lot of work we gonna be putting in, a lot of work, a lot of information we gonna be putting out. Man, after all this bullshit, man, after all this Diddy shit, all this stupid ass, messy ass content and all that shit ain't gonna benefit niggas, bro. That shit gonna keep niggas in the poorhouse and in the dark. Niggas need the real information at times like this, bro. All that silly ass, you know what I mean, messy ass shit niggas be watching all day and all that dumb shit. Now I understand some people ain't just they just privy to that. That's they frequency they on. That's what they gonna gravitate toward. But for the people that want real information, that need the benefit of real information because they understand where they want to understand where this country is going, where this shit is going. Period. They gonna tune into the real shit because they need to find out where the f they fit at in this you know what I mean, in this world, in this transition and that's happening. They don't want to be left out. They don't want to be left behind or left out. So they want to be privy to the information. And you know our motto, man. Let the dead bury the dead. Those that's dead in consciousness, man, leave them people alone. Let the dead bury the dead. Those that's trying to raise their vibration and raise their consciousness up, they gonna gravitate towards the information. But for the people that just want to be in the messy shit all day, man, let the dead bury the dead, bro.
Facts. Yeah, they gonna learn. Oh yeah, you gonna learn.
Right. That shit catch up with you. All that shit that you in the dark about, and you ain't even trying to get yourself up out of darkness, then you just gonna be left behind. And we ain't saying like physical death. We're just saying people that's dead in consciousness. Let the dead bury the dead.
Facts.
Let me drop the link. Let me drop the link to the main channel. Drop the link to the cartoon channel too. I'm gonna drop the link to our main channel. Y'all hit that subscribe to that, John. I mean, we got some live streams and shit on there that y'all can watch now with information. We did the breakdown of They Clone Tyrone.
Right.
We got strange footage revealed by extraterrestrials on Earth. We got Beyonce, the 4 Horse of Apocalypse symbolism. We got what the media not telling you, what's to come. We got Kanye, T.I., Roseanne on mind control, MK Ultra, Hollywood, MK Ultra.
Yeah, definitely check those Jones out.
Dark Truth about Ann Hesh. T.I. exposed mind control, MK Ultra. Shit like that. Like, man, listen, we about to get diabolical on that channel with the information, bro.
Facts.
I think y'all might want to go over there and subscribe to Night and Day Network, LLC. Let me go ahead and drop the link. Let me drop the link to the channel.
We definitely appreciate all of y'all who've been supporting us throughout the years. Yeah, I mean, who've been tuning in.
I'm gonna drop the link.
Shout out to y'all, man.
Yeah, shout out to y'all for real. Real talk.
Somebody said Diddy coming home for the 4th of July party at his house.
Yeah.
At the Love Club Love. 4th
knows?
of July party at Club Love. Bring your own bottle of baby oil. BYOB. BYOB.
Bring your own baby oil.
Bring your own baby oil.
And he never sold that house in LA. He never sold that LA home, so he still got possession
Club
of that.
Love.
So if he do come on, I don't think he's
Bring
moving back into that. He's not moving back into that house, bro. His time up in LA is done. Yeah, Diddy's not going back to LA, bro. His time is done in LA. So if he do get out, he might be staying in New York.
Who going to that Club Love 4th of July party that Diddy gonna throw when he get out of prison?
That party.
BYOB. Bring your own bottle of baby oil.
That party.
You know what I'm saying?
Y'all going to the Diddy
Go
party?
to that party.
The
4th
release.
of July, Club Love.
Club
Party,
Love
party.
Freedom Party. 4th of July Freedom Party. The release of Sean Diddy, P. Diddy, Love Club, Combs.
Ye
Love
even
Club.
gonna be there.
Oh yeah, Ye definitely gonna be there. Yeah, Ye definitely gonna be there, bro. Yeah, Ye definitely gonna be there.
Chanel
Yeah,
said, "I'm going and I report back to y'all." Yeah, let us know because we
yeah,
ain't going. Yeah,
hell no.
y'all let us know. Yeah, I mean how it went down. Club Love.
Yeah, yeah, Chanel, let us know what's going over there. You know what I mean? Let us know what's going on and shit. At
Be
the
different.
release.
Don't take baby oil. Take some of our CBD lotion
Yes, yeah, be different. Take the CBD lotion.
from Night and
Right,
Day
the
Herbal.
massage lotion, right.
Take some of our
Right.
massage lotion.
All right, so they in there deliberating for this the jury in there deliberating and shit. Let me see. Trying to get y'all some updates. All right, we see ABC News. But I think everybody just talking about the deliberation. I don't think anything came out of the courtroom yet. You know what I mean? I don't even think shit during the deliberation, shit ain't nobody in there anyway, right? Just the reporters and shit that be
Yeah.
all the reporters and shit. All right, let me see what the NBC talking about, y'all. I'm gonna pull this up.
It's all about the baby oil, baby. Yeah.
It's all about the baby oil, baby.
Yep.
All right, this might be just I don't know, ABC News reporter dude. Let me know if y'all can hear this too.
Nah, it's silent.
Not silent. All right, so let me reshare it. Let me reshare this, y'all, real quick. Hold y'all horses, y'all. Just trying to get y'all some updates. All right, let me restart it again. Start it again. You know what I mean?
This case is an oily mess, man.
It's a baby oily mess.
A baby oily hot mess, man.
The case of United States of America versus Sean Combs is now in the hands of a jury. 8 men and 4 women will decide 3 separate charges: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation for the purposes of prostitution. In a jury room like this, the jurors will be poring over their notes, the evidence, the testimony. The only question left, how long will it take to reach a verdict? For R&B singer R. Kelly, who was also indicted on federal charges of racketeering and sex trafficking, it took a jury 2 days to find him guilty of all 9 counts. For NXIVM leader Keith Raniere, who was on trial for racketeering, sex trafficking, conspiracy, and other crimes, it took jurors less than 5 hours to return an all-count guilty verdict. Ghislaine Maxwell, known for her association with sex offender and financier Jeffrey Epstein, the jury in her federal trial for sex trafficking and conspiracy taking 5 days to find her guilty on most counts.
We, the jury, in the above find the defendant
OJ.
Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder.
Perhaps the most famous of all, the acquittal of O.J. Simpson for the murders of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown. The jury sequestered for the 8-month trial, taking just 4 hours to deliver a verdict in the trial of the century. Sean Combs has denied all the charges. He has maintained his innocence throughout. During deliberations, the jury is not sequestered. That's not really a thing here at federal court, where we're going to be on verdict watch for the foreseeable future.
Yo, we might get a verdict today, y'all. It's possible we might get a verdict today. So I think we're gonna go ahead and let this live stream run all day until the court until it's over. So we might get a verdict. I mean, so if we ain't on live stream, we're gonna pop back on and off on the live stream. I might stay on, bro might go off, pop back on. You know how we do.
Right.
So we might get it's possible. I mean, if you look at all the other trials they just mentioned, some of them got verdict the same day, within the 5 hours, 4 hours, 5 days, a day later. You know what I mean? Like, So it's possible we could get a verdict today on this Diddy trial, y'all.
We keep making sure we check back, see. I don't know, man. If he get if they come back, I mean, the same day with a guilty verdict, we know it was a set. It was
set up.
Yeah, it was set up from the start that this nigga was gonna be guilty. So, damn, why did it take them so long for the Epstein case for 5 days? That's
Gaisley Maxwell.
Gaisley, 5 days.
Yep. I mean, that depends on the jury. I mean, sometimes the jury don't all agree on some things. It might be, I mean, so it might be one juror that might be holding the decision back because they don't believe in a certain charge, or I mean, sometimes that should be going on for days, bro. And they be in that motherfucker for days too. Like they be in that joint for hours, drinking their tea, coffee, eating their little donuts, or having lunch and shit. All that shit, bro. I mean, so
In this case, probably a nice big slice of cheesecake from Junior's.
Junior's and some baby oil.
Yup.
They said they provide all the jurors with a bottle of baby oil.
Free bottle of
They
baby
said all
oil.
they said 12 bottles of baby oil for the jurors, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, one of the jurors got walked to Brooklyn to get the cheesecake. You know what I mean? They got walked to Junior's. At least one of the jurors got walked to Junior's to get the cheesecake. Sabrina, you said no more oil.
They might as well just change the name to Diddy Oil at this point.
Yeah, it's
Johnson
Diddy
and Johnson. You might as well change it to Diddy Oil.
Yeah, Diddy oil. Give them percentage off of. Yeah, give them basically endorse them. Yeah, call it Diddy oil. You know what I'm
They
saying?
ain't even baby oil no more. It's Diddy oil.
It's Diddy oil. They might as well go ahead and get that boy a nice check. Just and rename it Diddy oil.
Got a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got that P Diddy oil.
P Diddy oil. Yeah, you got that Diddy oil. Got that Diddy oil. Got that P Diddy oil.
And they got a special batch laced called the Party oil.
All right.
That's
Alright,
a
so
special batch. That
so
party.
All right. And so they in deliberation as we speak, y'all. So like we said, they can come back 5 hours, 4 to 5 hours with a verdict.
With a verdict.
You know what I mean?
Man, we definitely keep y'all tuned. We're gonna keep this live stream going, man. But we about to head up off of this joint
we can get
right
this live
now.
stream running. Get something to eat. Run this live stream run. And we'll pop back on.
Facts.
Yeah.
Night and day herbals, y'all. Night and day
Definitely
herbals.
support the shop. Y'all can I mean, hit the Cash App or Super Chat. I mean, the little dollar sign on the John, you can Super Chat us, all that good stuff.
Facts.
Share the live stream, like the video. And yeah.
Hey, mama. Stay strong, mama. Stay strong, mama. How's Papa doing, yo? I love you.
How you don't know me? I'm the last one, baby. I'm the last one. We met. Fuck you, baby. That's my grandpa. Don't do that. You know that's my grandpa. My OOK, Her respect. I love you too. Thank you for having me. I can't do it anywhere over here. Do it on the sidewalk. I can't.
This landscape. Yeah. And can you come a little closer? Only half. Thank you so much. famous courthouse right here.
Shop now at nightandayherbals.com and enjoy 35% off all our herbal CBD products. Automatically applied at checkout.
All right, y'all. We got some updates. Inner City Press. All right, so he wrote on his Twitter. All right, so Inner City Press wrote. He said the jury sent out a note to the judge signed by the foreperson. It can be as simple as we want to leave at 5 p.m. or send us the post-it notes, or we cannot reach an unanimity, or this we will have a rogue juror happen to the U.S. versus Tim Shea, which ended the mistrial. So, all right, it seemed like they're having a problem with one of the jurors early in the game, y'all. Early in the game, they actually having a problem with one of the jurors deliberating. So I guess the judge is he's sending notes to the judge or whatever. Um, so I don't understand, yo. They having issues early on in the deliberation. This is crazy. Like already. All right, somebody wrote a note like this could mean a juror is refusing to deliberate, which can justify removal, or the juror disagrees with majority of the verdict, which absolutely does not justify removal. All right, somebody else wrote usually jury disagreement happens late in the deliberation. That's what I was saying. That's what I was thinking. Surprised that happening soon makes me believe that the juror is completely refusing to cooperate or just uh, insisting on the conclusion based off the personal opinion over the applicable law the judge will resolve. Damn, why they having issues on it? All right, so they said it's jury number 25 not following directions. Informant wants to speak with the judge, reported on CNN. So early on in the deliberation game, they having issues already. Already. And this clown show of a Diddy trial. My bad, y'all. Hold on. All right, let me see if I can get some updates on this, y'all. Hold on. Let me go to see if I get some more updates on this. All right, hold on, y'all. That somebody in Diddy team got to one of the jurors. I don't know. You never know with this silly ass trial. You never know. This trial is like unpredictable and just messy as hell, man. All right, let me pull up some of this CNN shit. This from 3 hours ago. All right, they just talking about the deliberation. I'm trying to get some updates on this jury shit. Man, this shit is one big mess. One big mess, y'all. All right, let me see if this inner city press posts any more updates. Let me see. Oh yeah, some more updates. Okay, we got some more updates on inner city press. All right, so the judge said, I would like to refer to have a neutral response, like the government's draft response. That's the one I'll use. I'll put on the court's letterhead, Combs at Ruffalo. There's no suggestion the juror will not follow instructions. So our proposal is more inert. More inert. All right, so let me go down. Got some more. Judge, I don't want to. All right, this is the judge saying, I don't want to suggest to the jury that there at any particular time they must deliberate. I don't want to tell them they just started. I'm going with the government version. We will print that out the dad to send it in. All right. So let me go back. Let me go up. Hold on. I see you put some more out. Well, let me go up. Yeah, all right, go down. All right. Where the recent ones at? Just seeing post on recent. All right, say. All right. So while we still waiting, in the case of Ulster County cited the U.S. versus Baker. Oh no, that's another trial. Okay. All right. All right. So 2:02 p.m. Judge, we do not have an agreed upon response. Combs at Ruffalo said, no, we do not. Also, Combs said Ms. Salvik emailed it to the chambers, not in the docket. Judge, uh, do we have a defense proposal? All right, so Comey said it will be in Miss Slavik's email. I think there's some more down here. All right, that's the one they already responded to. All right, so all right, we getting some movement on the updates, getting some movement on the deliberation, but seem like they having little issues here and there. All right. It says, as we said, what happened now between the jury and the note Sean Combs has been taken back into the holding cell at the defense table. His lawyer just scrolled the typing away on his laptop. All right, Sean Combs is back in the courtroom. This is up from an hour ago. His lawyers is huddled behind him in discussion. There has been a jury note. All right, so that's when they are the note. All right, trying to see some more updates. Hold on, go back. All right. I'm gonna report on this shit as these updates come out. So y'all just stay tuned if y'all want to stay updated. Make sure y'all double tap the screen, like this video, share this live stream. We're just gonna keep y'all updated. Like you said, shit, we could F around, get a verdict today by the jury. Shit, by today or tomorrow. But we definitely gonna be live covering this shit. So y'all niggas stay tuned. Stay tuned. Stay tuned, stay tuned, stay tuned. Yeah, there's a problem with the jury already. Yeah. Jury sending a note to the judge and shit. I don't know if it's a situation with the deliberation. But it's too early for them to be having discrepancies with the deliberation, right? That usually some shit that come along later when they trying to decide on whether the nigga gonna be guilty on certain, you know what I mean, on a certain charge, right? But I don't know, they was some weird shit early on with it. Somebody say consider this a modern day lynching. Hell yeah, it's a modern day lynching. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it's a modern day lynching. All right, y'all. I'm just trying to keep y'all updated on this shit. So let me check to see if any recent updates real quick. All right, nothing yet. Nothing yet. All right, let me pull up this Fox John with Lisa Evers real quick. And pull this up. Lisa Evers from Fox 29. All right, let me know if y'all can hear this or not. Oh shit. All right. All right, we ain't got no sound. Hold on, y'all. We share this shit. 'Cause we ain't got no sound. All right, here we go. Let me go back, share this shit.
I'm joined now by our Lisa Evers from Fox 5, who's been in there more than I feel like anybody else has been in there. Can you just talk a little bit about what has happened this morning? How long did it take to get the jury to go to the deliberation?
Well, this morning, Judge Arun Subramanian, who's been the judge in this case, he instructed the jury. It's called a jury charge. He went through point by point with the laws that Combs allegedly broke with these charges and how they should consider them, giving them instructions about how to handle it. And it's just, Arthur, it's a day that like a lot of people thought, would never come at some points, because this trial is gone on for almost 2 months. So, there were dozens of witnesses. And then about 11:30, they moved into the, around that time, not exactly, but right around that time, they moved into the jury room to begin deliberations. He's the judge. I want to say something about him in terms of the charges, because he's been very much trying to keep everything on track in terms of time, giving both the prosecution and the defense time when they needed it, giving jurors time to take breaks when they needed them, and just making sure that the whole movement was leading up into this day. And here we are, they're deliberating.
Did he spend any sort of emphasis on any of those 3 categories of charges, or was it pretty even?
I think more time, I mean, I wasn't watching it on the clock because I'm like listening and taking notes and everything, I think that the most important one was the RICO, because that's the most serious one that comes with the heaviest penalties, that could come with life behind bars if he's found guilty of that, or certainly decades upon decades. And there's one RICO, there's counts, and a lot of people are confused about this too. There's 3 charges, but there's a total of 5 counts. There's one count on the racketeering, which is the RICO. There's 2 counts on the sex trafficking. There's 2 counts on the transportation across state lines for prostitution. So that's your 5 right there. So they have to consider each one separately.
Do you agree with what legal analysts have told us so far, that the racketeering charge is going to be the toughest one for them to consider? That the transporting sex workers across state line, there was evidence that happened, and then somewhere in the middle?
Arthur, I could argue either way on each of those points, because initially people were saying no way are they going to get RICO. And then they were like, they don't have the evidence that the Bad Boy Worldwide, Combs' entire company, was a criminal enterprise. I mean, the guy was making hit records. He was running all these businesses. He had all these lifestyle brands. He had the clothing brand, all of these things that were generating millions of dollars, actually so much money that he was on the billionaire list a number of times. So that one's a complex one. On the other hand, other attorneys that I've spoken to who have tried these cases and who follow these cases very closely, these RICO cases, said that, Lisa, depending upon the prosecution, depending upon the jury, they only need to have 2 predicate acts, evidence of 2 crimes, to support that RICO. So it's not as hard as everybody thinks. It really depends a lot on the jury.
Okay, a couple last questions. What does a jury look like to you? Does the makeup of 8 men, 4 women matter to you? Do they look engaged today? Do they look tired?
Oh, no, they were very, very engaged, and I think really ready for this day. Because, the judge said, too, this was something that did raise a few eyebrows. Trial done by the 4th of July. There's no court on Friday because it's a federal holiday. We've learned from sources that July 3rd, it's not a federal holiday, but this court building, this 500-parole court building, is scheduled for administrative closure. But I learned from sources that they will allow it to be open. They will have a section open so the jury can continue deliberating if they have not decided by Wednesday night. So,
and finally, we should point out, Sean Diddy Combs says pleaded not guilty to all these charges.
Vehemently pleaded not guilty. And I think, Arthur, that's the other thing too. Again, this tale of 2 different stories, and the prosecution has maintained these are many criminal acts. They showed the Cassie video, that horrific hotel beating video, numerous times, and then the defense and saying that he's a criminal mastermind. The defense, on the other hand, saying that he's being prosecuted for his kinky threesome swinger lifestyle. These were all consenting adults. And yes, he's been abusive towards women. He's been physically violent. He has a drug problem. Basically not the greatest guy in the world, but he's definitely not guilty of these charges. So we'll see what the jury buys.
Right. It seems like they agree on the same facts, but just the perspective of it that's different. Is it racketeering? Is it
day
criminal, right?
and night?
Right?
Day and night.
But the same facts. Okay,
Exactly.
we're going to let Lisa Evers get back to work inside the courthouse. We're going to be covering this extensively, both on web, on Fox 5, on all of our resources. So stay with us, and we'll see how it goes. That's the latest from down here at the Federal Courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Lisa Evers, Arthur Chan. We'll talk to you guys later.
Time, you guys, because it's
closings are happening literally as I speak. In this building behind me is where we're hearing from the government, and I have some updates for you that I will read, and then we'll get to our all-star panel. So here are a couple of updates from the court, and this is Christy Slavic, by the way, who is one of the prosecutors who's presenting the closings. So she's saying, consider two moments. March 2016, at the Intercontinental Hotel, the defendant got violent with Cassie. You saw what happened. He dragged her back to the freak-off. 2024 at Jane's house, the defendant choked and hit her. She ran away, couldn't get away. These are chapters in the same book. The defendant counted on silence and shame. He thought that his fame and wealth and power put him above the law. Over the last 7 weeks, you've heard how he used his staff to promote his power. No one could stop him. We'll talk about RICO, including sex trafficking and transportation for prostitution, which are also separately charged as standalone crimes. You may have heard of racketeers. When someone commits a crime as part of a group, they're more dangerous. A group of people whose purpose was to serve and protect the defendant. It's his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him, fulfilling all of his desires, including his sexual desires. We need to show at least 2 racketeering crimes. So that's where we're at as of now. The updates coming into the courtroom. We have our amazing panel of producers, Jordan, Alex, Nick, who are all helping out, and Bailey and Nicole. Hi, guys. You're doing the best you can, and it's great. And I want to bring on our all-star guest that we have. We have Serena Townsend, former sex crimes prosecutor and criminal defense attorney, and Mauricio Padilla, criminal defense attorney. Hi, guys. Thanks for bearing with us today and sticking with us. And Mauricio, I want to ask you about what we were just talking about with racketeering. The fact that there are no co-defendants with Diddy, it's kind of hard for even me to understand. Can you explain that?
Honestly, I've never seen anybody stand trial for RICO by themselves. And if I was, and I know that we've talked about this before, like
Yeah, that's
Chappelle,
different shit. A one-man RICO is
he's
crazy,
like,
y'all.
this guy's standing trial for RICO by himself, and it's something that the defense is definitely going to hammer home. This is not a normal RICO case by any stretch of the imagination. The fact that he's there by himself, the fact that they're talking conspiracy, but there are no co-conspirators sitting at the table with him, the fact that we're talking about baby oil and orgies and not kilos of cocaine, that's something that you have to emphasize for the jury. The defense is gonna say this is about the federal government being upset at P. Diddy and trying to make him into a villain, a RICO case where it's actually just a domestic violence case and a guy that had very unsavory and perverted fetishes. That's pretty much going to be, their defense in a nutshell, as I anticipate.
And my question mark for you, Serena, about all of that is we've talked a lot on this live stream in past episodes of my show Scandal, which, by the way, you guys can subscribe if you like what you're seeing. We've talked about this, the fact that, okay, maybe Diddy's sex life is different than what you or I or whoever does. We've got the 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube, and he's a little different. But is that a crime? And I think that's one of the questions I'm wondering if you think the defense is going to bring up. Maybe he's odd to you, but it doesn't mean it's illegal. What do you think?
Absolutely. I do think so. I think that they're going to say, listen, they're trying to paint him as just a bad guy. They are going to throw all of these unsavory, kinky, weird things at you to just turn you off because they think that you can't handle that. They think that you think that that's a crime, and it is not. They have to prove I would say to the jury, the law is very, very technical because it is. And if they cannot prove that he actually committed specific crimes that fall into the elements of what they've charged, he is not guilty. And yeah, these freak-offs are weird and they're strange, and it might not be something that you would want to participate in, but look at the text messages from the participants who took the stand. They were eager to participate. They went and bought outfits. They went and procured other people to participate. Now, in that sense, it is a little bit strategically nerve-wracking because you might then be admitting to other things like sex trafficking. And I do think the defense has to worry about those other counts. But the RICO count, I do think, is very much in play here. And the defense can double down on the fact that they're just trying to paint him as a weirdo. He's not a criminal.
All roads are leading back to RICO, including one of our viewer questions that I have to bring up, which, by the way, if you guys have questions, write them in the chat and we will pick them out and talk about them. This is going to be a question for you, Mauricio, and it's from one of our viewers, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name, Abilisha Derwal. I believe I pronounced that correctly, and I'm sorry if I didn't, but they ask, what do people think will be the 2 RICO crimes that will prove his guilt? So what do you think, Mauricio? I mean, we heard, a lot of testimony on the government side of things. That could be a different question. But what are you thinking are the 2 incidents that would really hit that home?
I mean, I think that they have them on the procuring sex workers and having them transported from state to state. There's been a lot of testimony about, different people, doing it for him, or that they brought, 3 guys in one night to have sex with his girlfriend, and all these guys are flying around. And I think the government did a good job at bringing in the airline tickets, showing who paid for the airline tickets, and that's I think something that P. Diddy had been doing for so long. that he never even occurred to him that this was illegal. So I think that there's plenty of evidence that he was doing that. And then also they're going to have him with transporting drugs from state to state for the purposes of these freak-offs, which is another predicate crime. And I think that they had his former assistant testifying and other people testifying, including Jane, that would take place. So from the evidence that I've heard, I think they got him on at least those two.
You know, it's so wild that now we're at the finish line because we've had 6 weeks of the government going through and having all of this evidence presented. I mean, we talked about the freak-off videos. By now, you guys have seen the actual photos of the lube and the Johnson & Johnson baby oil, the brand loyalty that was featured in all of this in these exhibits. And now we're at the closings. We're at the finish line, so we're hearing them kind of tie a bow on everything. And I do have an update for that for you as well. Here's right now the closing argument. Slavic says, this is to the jurors. The defendant was the head of the Combs enterprise. There was an inner circle, his chief of staff and his bodyguards. The names changed, but the rules remained the same. You've heard about KK, Combs' right brain. She lived in Two Star. And when they say Two Star, they're talking about Miami, Star Island. She communicated with the defendant's girlfriends, his security. You heard names, D-Rock, Bonds, Rube, Uncle Polly, Fahim. They were armed and ready. Remember the incident at the diner with Suge Knight? David James told you Combs had guns. In the search, law enforcement found guns, including a rifle with a serial number defaced in LA, 2 AR-15s with their serial numbers cut out in the defendant's closet. You also have rotating cast of assistants paid by the defendant's business. Brendan Paul, for example, one of the recent people who testified, said he made $100,000 a year. KK made 6 times that. When your boss asks you to buy drugs, you're committing a crime. When you kidnap someone or locked his girlfriend in a hotel room after your boss stomped on his face, it's a crime. And there's another really important thing. One of my producers sent me a powerful line from closing. The defendant was at the top of this enterprise. Remember, it's his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him. And I know that this is something that we've talked about a lot, the fact that it's only Diddy and he doesn't have any co-conspirators who are charged in relation to this. As of now, we kind of inferred potentially KK, maybe down the line, who's to say, but it's all about Diddy. And I want to talk about our poll too. This is our the question that was written. How closely have you been following the case? Some people say 65% very closely, not very closely, 22%, not at all, 11%. And to those not at all, welcome. We're here to talk about it and break everything down. I want to go back to Serena Townsend and ask about all of this. I know that Serena has been following this case, honestly, probably before the indictment even came down. We saw those civil lawsuits. And that's actually what I want to talk to you about, Serena, is the civil lawsuits, the one, in my opinion, and I assume yours, that started it all. That was Cassie Ventura, who filed the first of many back in November of 2023 under the New York Survivors Act, the Adult Survivors Act, rather. So can you talk to me about the civil suits? Where does everything stand now?
Yeah. Well, the civil suit is, going to benefit greatly from a guilty verdict in this case. I think it's a wonderful strategy. Even if she didn't mean for it to be a strategy, it will be a wonderful strategy for her to use if there's a guilty verdict having to do with anything that P. Diddy did to her. Because the standard of proof in a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a very, very high, it's the highest level of proof you'd have to show. It's basically like the government has to prove 99% that this happened in this way by this person. And a civil suit only has to be proven by a preponderance of the evidence, which basically is 51%. It's a more likely than not standard. And so routinely, when people want to pursue civil suits, the criminal case happens and then the civil case can get, found in a person's favor if there's a guilty plea. Now, in this case, Cassie has already been found, has already succeeded in her civil case. It's very strange and different when it goes in that direction. Usually the strategy is get the guilty verdict and then get a civil payout. So for her, I think it makes her look very good and very credible because she's already gotten that result. It's not like the decision in this criminal case will help her. So she doesn't have, the prosecution can't use her as an interested witness in that way in their closing argument. They can't say to a jury, look, the only reason Cassie is saying all of these things is because a guilty verdict will help her civil case. So she's very clean on that front as a witness. So it's just a very interesting dynamic to see how this thing played out differently than a lot of other cases.
I agree. And I mean, we heard lengthy witness testimony from Cassie at the start. She was the star witness. Before this trial even began, she was going to be the star witness. And it turned out it was true. However, Cassie with her civil lawsuits, and then there were many that followed suit. Surprisingly, even some people, I guess not surprisingly, I don't know, you make the determination. Other people listed Cassie in their lawsuits and said, because of Cassie's bravery, I felt comfortable coming forward. And we've done other episodes on this on Scandal, my channel, where we talked about, okay, how many suits are against P. Diddy? And there's upwards of, I think, 50 civil suits that were filed at one time, which leads me to my next question, Mauricio. If there are that many people who are making these allegations against P. Diddy, Cassie being one of them, then of course Jane and Mia, why don't we hear more witness testimony from the government, some of these people who had already filed civil suits against him?
Because the government doesn't want to water down, their witness list with people that, number one, have a financial reason to get involved, and those are people that their credibility could be challenged immediately with questioning, like, you're actually suing P. Diddy, and there's actually a financial motivation for you to be here. The government probably felt that they didn't need to go that route, and they probably felt that they were better off with the witnesses that they brought forward. I mean, the fact that he has, I heard it was more like 70 civil lawsuits. The fact that he's got that amount of voluminous civil lawsuits is something that affects him greatly, because people are looking at it and they're going to say, okay, well, you know what? What if half of them are fictitious, but half of them are real? It's something that hurts his credibility. And listen, jurors, just like everybody else, they're not supposed to be looking at the news. They're not supposed to be doing their outside research, but it's just a fact that they do. So anything that's out there in social media, anything that's out there in the news that hurts your client, a jury could look at it, and it's not beneficial for him at all.
You're right, jurors. Those are the ones who we really should be talking about today, right? Because they're the ones who are going to decide what happened. I'm so eager to see. And I have another update for you guys from court. This is happening right now. As we talked about, those of you who are just tuning in right now, the government is presenting its closing arguments right now. So these are some updates. The law does not require us to know that they liked committing these crimes. You saw KK chiding the defendant to not be so reckless, but she got him cash, drugs. She was a member of the enterprise. It impacted interstate commerce. Minimal is fine. Combs knowingly became a member. He was the boss. He was the through line. The racketeering acts, distribution of drugs, kidnapping, arson, bribery, facilitating sex trafficking of Cassie and Jane, forced labor, travel for commercial sex, cover up. You only need to find that someone would commit 2 acts in any of these categories. It could be 2 acts of drug distribution, 1 kidnapping, just 2. You have far more than 2. Let's start with the drugs, an essential ingredient of freak-offs. The most involved were D-Rock, KK, and Fahim, but others helped keep the drug supply high. We're not talking about marijuana, but what Brendan Paul called hard drugs. There are stipulations of the drugs found in the searches: cocaine, meth, oxy, ketamine, a dissociative drug, GHB, mushrooms, Molly, 2C, a combination tied pink. It's 1305 and 1306. The quantities are not relevant. It's an element of this crime. Distribution does not require a sale. So that's what's going on right now in the courtroom behind me, which, by the way, for those of you guys just tuning in, we're live in Lower Manhattan outside of the courthouse. So that's why my hair is acting like a wild person based on the weather that we've got here in New York. We do have some questions from you guys who have been following along. This one's from Smarty Pants. Question: could the prosecutors have charged Diddy with a separate kidnapping, forced labor charges, and gun charges in addition to RICO? To which I asked Serena Townsend, former sex crimes prosecutor, what do you think?
Strategically, they probably decided not to, because it makes more sense for them to seek out this bigger RICO charge, which has more serious consequences and higher amounts of prison time. They could have, but think about what forum we're in right now. What you're identifying, and you're not wrong, Smarty Pants, you are very smart. You're kind of identifying what it would look like in a state prosecution. That's usually what you would see on like a lower level, although those counts also carry a high amount of prison time at the state level. But usually when the feds get involved, they usually try to seek out those counts where only the feds could charge. And so in their minds, they're looking at RICO, they want the big sexy crime rather than like the state typical crimes that you're thinking about.
I like what you said, the big sexy crime of RICO. And maybe it's perhaps because RICO is so mysterious. There are so many things that go into it. I mean, there are the predicate counts or the allegations. There's so much happening there. And I guess that kind of leads into my next question, Mauricio. I've talked to you a lot today about this alleged domestic violence situation. And I guess I say alleged, but P. Diddy's team, right in opening, said, yes, this was domestic violence. So I guess hand up, they did say that. The video I'm, of course, talking about is the Intercontinental video with P. Diddy and Cassie in LA. We've all seen it. It was originally leaked to CNN. And a lot of people, I have asked me the question, okay, why wasn't Diddy charged with domestic violence? A lot of people are wondering about that. What do you think, Mauricio? Why wasn't that a charge in all of this?
Well, because they're charging him with RICO, like she said, it's like the big sexy crime, and they don't want to at the end of the day, what he did in that crime could have been a misdemeanor if she didn't go to the hospital. It's just a domestic violence charge. I don't think that the federal prosecutors are going to charge a crime like that. They're going to use it to satisfy the force, fraud, or coercion of sex trafficking. Because at the end of the day, the amount of time he's looking at on the sex trafficking is gonna shadow whatever time he would be looking at regarding a misdemeanor domestic violence case. So I don't see them charging that, but they are going to use it over and over again. Now the defense is going to do something that we talk about a lot in death penalty litigation, which is called run to the bummer. That means like whatever's negative, bring it up first. So I anticipate you're going to see his defense counsel stand up and immediately fall on the sword and talk about the video and talk about the domestic violence and tell them, yeah, my client may not, be the greatest person, and my client may have had a problem, and my client may have committed an act of domestic violence, but my client did not commit RICO. My client is at the head of a criminal organization. And I think that's where he's going to start highlighting the differences between this case and what jurors are used to seeing or hearing about when they think about a RICO case. Mafia, organized crime, that's the type of thing that they're looking at. So I think that the defense is going to go back and show the distinctions between what the jury probably expects to see from a RICO case and what this case is about.
city. I don't know if you were told that. Yeah, they don't want anybody to be in there.
Huh? I don't know. I got nervous. And they were talking to me. They're like, how many steps you got today, girl? And I was like, oh my God, you're so
Very good. Nice did that. So me, why would I pull up? What do you say? Why?
That's why you know you're I know.
It's not fair to me arguing with like, oh, really nice. How dare you?
No, they just emailed us.
But I will be walking.
Yeah, it was Sidley. UMG was represented by Sidley and Drake.
Yes, I'm outside. Okay, you know where I'm at? I'm in front with the people with the cameras. Okay.
best seat in the house.
The jury has had the Diddy case for only a matter of an hour or two, and there is already strife. And we are going to talk about what this means. But short story, the jurors sent a note to the judge already saying that juror 25 cannot follow the judge's instructions. I think I know what that means.
It certainly sounds like most of the jury, 11 jurors, agree on what they want to do here.
At least on something. We don't know.
Something. It could be just for one of the counts.
It could be for one of the counts. It could be for
not
all of
for
the
the
counts.
entire case.
It's weird that a couple hours in
that they already send a note, because that means they're not even, there's no need
feels
for
like
them to discuss anything. Like, we know this is what we want.
Feels like this guy's a holdout.
Right. And this one person is the holdout.
And so now the question, what does this mean? The only thing I can think of is if there are 11 people on one side, and again, we're guessing this,
who very quickly know what they want to do.
Because if there were 5, why would they single out this one if 4 others felt the same way?
Right.
So it seems like this one guy feels differently from everybody else, and the everybody else part that has tried to convince this one guy, you got to look at the jury instruction, the judge's instructions.
Right.
And the juror is saying, I don't care about the judge's instructions. At least that's the way the other 11 see it.
And it's not that he doesn't understand. We don't think it's that he doesn't understand the actual instructions, because what we know of his background from the jury selection process, he's a very educated man who's got a PhD in molecular biology. So
51-year-old white guy.
I don't think there's any.
I've so resisted guessing in this case, because you never know.
But because it's this quick.
Feels like to me, it just feels like to me that this guy is saying, because it's the only thing that makes sense. I don't care what the judge is saying. I am not going to find Diddy guilty on whatever the charge is, whether it's racketeering or whatever else it is, because, for example, this feels like a bedroom police prosecution. It could be something that goes, this is called in the law, if this is the case, jury nullification, where a juror says, I don't care what the judge is telling me. The right thing to do is something else. That's what it's feeling like to me.
So if you're going to guess here, it's that the 11 are saying convict him on one of the counts.
That's what it feels like to me.
So when the note was handed to the judge explained what was going on to the prosecutors and to Diddy's defense. They all came up and had a meeting about this. What Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's co-lead attorney, said was, "It's just tell them it's really early, Judge, and they should get back to figuring it out." If you're the defense and they send that note out this quickly,
it's bad news.
It's bad news.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
it's bad news.
Look, if the jury, if 11 people are saying one guy is just off the reservation, that can't be for acquittal. It just can't.
I tend to agree with you. There's a small chance. I tend to agree with you that a bunch of people are saying the government just didn't prove their case, and this one man is saying, I don't care, Diddy's a dangerous person, and I don't want him on the streets. That's possible as well, that he's a holdout for the prosecution. I agree it's more likely your scenario, but I could also see them saying, look, he should be on the streets, and I don't care what the hell Rico says. I'm convicting him no matter what.
And by the way, again, like I want to underscore what Charles is saying, even if we're right, this could be as to one count.
Right.
Could be as
Just
to all
one,
counts.
'cause
We
there's
don't know.
counts, and
it's just
correct.
shocking to me. Look, I covered
five counts. Sorry.
I covered the O.J. Simpson case, and it was a 9-month trial, and the jury took 2 hours. So, you know, this is actually a little more complicated because in O.J. it was just, did he do it or did he not?
Right.
You know, or was
Right.
a reasonable doubt. Here, there's RICO and there's sex trafficking and there's all this other stuff. So it's more complicated. It is just weird to me that they're coming in this quickly and this apparently unified, with the exception of one guy. It's kind of stunning to me.
Allie from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I think Diddy is going to be convicted on the RICO charge, particularly because he interfered his business and his personal gains for his personal gratification, for sexual gratification. Although this jury question is a bit concerning, I don't know. Are they hung on the reasonable doubt?
Well, the thing is, we don't know what this guy is doing.
Right. We don't know which way he's
I will
leaning.
say, just because the 11 people are saying he's not following instructions doesn't mean he's going to get kicked off. I mean, the judge is going to have a huge problem on appeal if he does that,
right?
Because then it's going to look like, the trial was rigged.
Right.
So the judge is going to be very slow to get rid of this guy. They may do some clarification, but I would be stunned if at this point, this early on,
the judge got to send him back and say, work
just
on this.
Keep working on it, guys.
Yeah.
The jury has had the Diddy case for only a matter of an hour or two, and there is already strife. And we are going to talk about what this means. But short story, the jurors sent a note to the judge already saying that juror 25 cannot follow the judge's instructions. I think I know what that means.
It certainly sounds like most of the jury, 11 jurors, agree on what they want to do here.
At least on something. We don't know.
Something. It could be just for one of the counts.
It could be for one of the counts. It could be for
not
all of
for
the counts.
entire case.
It's weird that a couple hours in,
that they already send a note, because that means they're not even, there's no need
feels
for
like
them
they're
to discuss anything. Like, we know this is what we want.
Feels like
and
this guy's a
one person-
holdout.
Right. And this one person is the holdout.
And so now the question, what does this mean? The only thing I can think of is if there are 11 people on one side, and again, we're guessing this,
who very quickly know what they want to do.
Because if there were 5, why would they single out this one if 4 others felt the same way?
Right.
So it seems like this one guy feels differently from everybody else, and the everybody else part that has tried to convince this one guy, you got to look at the jury instruction, the judge's instructions,
right.
And the juror is saying, I don't care about the judge's instructions. At least that's the way the other 11 see it.
And it's not that he doesn't understand. We don't think it's that he doesn't understand the actual instructions, because what we know of his background from the jury selection process, he's a very educated man who's got a PhD in molecular biology. So
51-year-old white guy.
I don't think there's any.
I've so resisted guessing in this case because you'd never know.
But because it's this quick.
It just feels like to me that this guy is saying, because it's the only thing that makes sense. I don't care what the judge is saying. I am not going to find Diddy guilty on whatever the charge is, whether it's racketeering or whatever else it is, because, for example, this feels like a bedroom police prosecution. It could be something that goes, this is called in the law, if this is the case, jury nullification, where a juror says, I don't care what the judge is telling me. The right thing to do is something else. That's what it's feeling like to me.
So if you're going to guess here, it's that the 11 are saying convict him. On one of the
something.
Counts,
That's what it feels like to me.
So when the note was handed to the judge explained what was going on to the prosecutors and to Diddy's defense. They all came up and had a meeting about this. What Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's co-lead attorney, said was, just tell them it's really early, Judge, and they should get back to figuring it out. If you're the defense and they send that note out this quickly.
It's bad news.
It's bad news.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
it's bad
look,
news.
Look, if the jury, if 11 people, are saying one guy is just off the reservation, that can't be for acquittal. It just can't.
I tend to agree with you. There's a small chance. I tend to agree with you that a bunch of people are saying the government just didn't prove their case, and this one man is saying, I don't care, Diddy's a dangerous person,
Right, it
and I
doesn't
don't
make
want him on the
sense.
streets. That's possible as well, that he's a holdout for the prosecution. I agree it's more likely your scenario, but I could also see them saying, look, he shouldn't be on the streets, and I don't care what the hell Rico says. I'm convicting him no matter what.
And by the way, again, like I want to underscore what Charles is saying, even if we're right, this could be as to one count.
Right.
Could be as
Just
to
be
all
one,
counts.
'cause
We
there's
don't
4
know.
counts, and
it's just
right.
shocking to me. Look, I covered
5 counts. Sorry.
I covered the O.J. Simpson case, and it was a 9-month trial, and the jury took 2 hours. So, you know, this is actually a little more complicated because in O.J. it was just, did he do it or did he not?
Right.
You know, or was
Right.
a reasonable doubt. Here, there's RICO and there's sex trafficking and there's all this other stuff. So it's more complicated. It is just weird to me that they're coming in this quickly and this apparently unified, with the exception of one guy. It's kind of stunning to me.
Allie from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I think Diddy is going to be convicted on the RICO charge, particularly because he interfered his business and his personal gains for his personal gratification, for sexual gratification. Although this jury question is a bit concerning, I don't know. Are they hung on the reasonable doubt?
Well, the thing is, we don't know what this guy is doing.
Right. We don't know which way he's
I will
leaning.
say, just because the 11 people are saying he's not following instructions doesn't mean he's going to get kicked off. I mean, the judge is going to have a huge problem on appeal if he does that,
right?
Because then it's going to look like, the trial was rigged.
Right.
So the judge is going to be very slow to get rid of this guy. They may do some clarification, but I would be stunned if at this point, this early on,
the judge got to send him back and say, work
just
on this.
keep working on it, guys.
Yeah.
The jury has had the Diddy case for only a matter of an hour or two, and there is already strife. And we are going to talk about what this means, but short.
Jury's deliberating now, but about an hour after they started earlier, saying that there's concern that jury number 25 can't follow his instructions. There was some debate among the judge and the parties about how to handle this. Ultimately, the judge went with the suggestion of the prosecution, essentially telling the jury to keep deliberating, remember that they're supposed to follow his instructions, and send a note if there are any further issues. Sean Palm on his way out of the proceeding, he flashed a couple of books reading to reporters. One of them is The Power of Positive Thinking, and the other one is called The Happiness Advantage. One thing that's interesting is The Power of Positive Thinking is known as a book that's been really influential for President Donald Trump. I bother people to get it. Saying that there's concern that jury number 25 can't follow his instructions. There ended up being some debate with the parties and the judge. Ultimately, he went to the prosecution. They told the jury to keep deliberating, remember that they're supposed to follow his instructions, and send another note if there are further issues. On his way out from the proceeding, Sean Palm flashed a couple books he was reading to reporters. He had asked earlier to be bring back to the waiting. One is The Power of Positive Thinking, and the other one is called The Happiness Advantage.
Step out. Nothing in my pocket. I know how beautiful this world is. Stop telling the kids they're creators. Their job is to create. And then have a good time. And enjoy that to destroy. Yeah, let the kids go off their job.
Out of the center, please. How many times we gotta tell you? Right, but today you were told not to do it. We just told you twice today not to do it. Did we not? What's the question? Okay? Is the biggest thing that you have to do. But what do you do from there? I understand that. I agree. I mean, what? Because that's perfect. That's all we have. That's all we have. We get see is 24-hour surveillance here. They put that on us. Thank you so much. Oh, great. We shouldn't have to worry about it. Oh, thank you. Perfect. I got you. I got you. Thank you.
billion wasted. We got homelesses. We got trash all over the world. Body changing trucks every year. Every year changing trucks. Every year different locations. You know what I'm saying? But you got the workers taking buses. You got the workers taking train. You know what I'm saying? But you get no raise every year. You know what I'm saying? What that billions, you go to the homelesses. That billions can change the whole world. You change the white homelesses, the black homelesses, the Chinese homelesses, the Spanish homelesses. Yeah, all that billions. That one. But I never see a Jewish homeless. Never in my life. Talk about that. Y'all want to make a great again? Donald Trump is me. We not do it by ourselves. It's got to be all of us. All of us. That's how we make a great again, baby. All of us. We got to stick to each other, man. Not this one. Not say one guy and that guy. The other guy is living, smiling, on the table. I'm a good kid now. You want to make a great again? Listen, man. Donald Trump getting old, guys. Me and Donald Trump, we getting old, guys. We cannot do it by ourselves. Mr. Donald Trump, before he died, he will have to step back and pray again, guys. That's how y'all doing it right now. This is how y'all doing it right now. This is make it pray again, guys. This is it. This is it, guys. This is make it pray again right here, guys. What y'all doing right here? Filthy. For the paper. We just build everything by dying. Yeah, that's how we build everything in dying. All this living right here. Sorry, dying. Yeah, our life is to live like that. Yeah, that's our job. Live life, live long. What a chosen one. What a chosen one. Y'all went to college. Y'all went to big university. Y'all know about chosen one, guys. Kids love us. Just like I kid Michael Jackson. Kids love Michael Jackson. He was never better, man. Never. Chosen one. Animals love us. Kids love us. Everyone love us. That's what chosen one about. We creators. That's it. After 10, 15, 20 years, oh, he's a better man. Oh, he's a second. After we just create everything. That's sad. That's wicked. That's wicked.
Everybody can get their shot in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. You need an extra battery of that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wicked. That's wicked. Devil. 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 What you know about the devil, dude? The devil cannot get that soul, dude. The devil cannot get that soul, dude. What those big buildings right here? The devil cannot get those buildings. It's God, dude. Yeah. God. God. We creators. Detroit. Yeah. Yeah. Finding nothing much on. Oh, look my life now. That's why I always say, oh, look my life. Oh, keep felony. Oh, keep felony. You're going to go and find it. Oh, the 2% you'll free. Oh, take this. Oh, take that. Oh, take this. Oh, take that. Oh, take 2%. Oh, look my life. Oh, I got this in your soul. Oh, that's yours. Yes, I don't know how it is. Everything. Everything is possible. Yeah. Yeah. The 2% you'll free. Yeah, stop telling the truth, guys. Stop being wicked. Everything coming to light this year. Y'all didn't know thing was coming to light, huh? Y'all thought the devil would win every year. Everything is, huh? Y'all want to live a negativity life. Negative. I done seen it all. I seen everything. I know the new kids, the new generation, they ain't here. They don't want to grow up like their parents. Nah, parents need to stop telling me what they should do. They don't want to grow up like their parents. So they blind. Yeah, everything else better already. What's been living life? Nah, so busy. I feel like I got the billion cities out here already. Listen, guys. Listen, guys. Listen, y'all already got white excellencies. And we never mad at that. Y'all got Jewish excellencies. We're not mad at that. We never mad at that. Y'all got Spanish excellencies. We're not mad at that. But the moment the black man come up with a black excellence, the moment the black man come up with a black excellence, the moment the black man come out with a black excellence, they come after him. I knew that was gonna come after him. Listen, man, they got free already. Let's make the bucks even. Get Diddy out, you know what I'm saying? Let's make more money. How about that? How about that? We get the winners. Yeah, that's all Benjamin.
top of that, you got fears for us, everything from this also already did. Now we don't even have to fight. That part. Don't even have to fight anymore. Just put everything on nothing. No, that's why everything's on that like shit. This shit, everything on that just like something happened to you, you would want it right away. That's the truth, law. That's the law. Stick to the law. Stick to the truth. The truth will set you free. Stick to the law, guys. Less than 24 hours. I was in the club. I was me myself. I was in the club, mind my business, do my little business, vibing. You know what I'm saying? All the women's cheering at me. You know what I'm saying? Of the security book brush me. You know what I'm saying? Pulled me out of the club. And I'm in the club. You know what I'm saying? You know that. You're smiling, you're vibing. You know what I'm saying? Talking, you're having a good time. Flip the screen out. Pull me out. But that's like 6, 7 years. Not the much money to do this. Everybody know, we do not have any more celebrity friends, y'all. We do not have any more.
Where's Stevie J?
Yeah. Soon Diddy come out, guys. We're gonna make more money. We're gonna continue to make more money, guys. Yeah, let's get Diddy out so we can have that remix. That part two, man. Yeah. That's right. It's all about the making man, baby. What's I want to do? Want to be artists, shot artists, artists. All you guys gonna be with God. God is good, baby. That's how we get on. All right, guys. Don't say I didn't warn you guys. Don't say I didn't warn you guys. It's about to be thunderstorm. The moment I hit here, the moment I turn around my back, I'm gone.
Shop now at nightanddayherbals.com and enjoy 35% off all our herbal CBD products, automatically applied at checkout.